Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the Russell County Board of Supervisors, April the 7th, 2025, in the Board of Supervisors meeting room at 4 p.m. I'd like to first start with a call of order and roll call. Andrew Hensley.
Here.
Luann Wallace. Luann is traveling and she will not be in attendance tonight. Tara Dye.
Here.
Steve Breeding.
Here.
Rebecca Dye.
Here.
Nate Kaiser.
Here.
And David E.
Here.
Sir, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Well, first I want to say thanks to all the teachers. I see a lot of our teachers, administrative people, our board, Russell County School Board members that are here tonight, and all of the citizens. We thank you. Thank you for attending. We know the critical aspect of our budgetary workshop and our budgetary session to make sure that our commitments are made clear to what we want to do to keep our county moving forward. With that, I guess I'll just turn it over through the workshop to County Administrator.
Sir, start off with the Pledge of Allegiance and the, yeah, yes, sir.
If everybody would stand for the pledge and then prayer. Pray first.
Let us pray. Father God, Lord, we love you, we thank you, and we praise you today, Father. Father, you are holy and almighty and good, and Lord, we just ask you to help us, remind us during this Easter season, Father, what this season truly is about, Father. Lord, we thank you for allowing us to be a part of our local government. Lord, lead, guide, and direct us in everything that we do, for it's in your name we pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Like I said again, I want to thank everybody for being here. First thing we have on the agenda is the approval of the agenda.
Chairman, I'd like to make a modification to the agenda. I'd like to add in the mutual aid and cooperation agreement for law enforcement services for Russell County and the City of Bristol Police Department and Bristol, Virginia Sheriff's Department. I'd like to add that in under my budget request. Agenda request. Number 10. Yes, sir.
Okay, with that said,
I'll
with
make
you,
that motion.
Okay, I got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Dye. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now we go into the Russell County FY 2025-26 County Financial Budget Workshop, and I'll turn it over to County Administrator.
Thank you, Chairman. First up on the County Administrator agenda, I'm going to give the podium to the Superintendent of the Schools to start off the budget meeting first. And as we proceed through it, it'll be both myself and the Russell County Treasurer, Alicia McLaughlin, will be here. So to start off first, let me bring up her agenda and get her started on her presentation. There we go.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, the rest of the Board of Supervisors. I really appreciate being here tonight. I stand before you today with gratitude and optimism as we discuss the forthcoming fiscal year's budget for our school division. First and foremost, I want to extend my deepest appreciation for the board's unwavering support over the past year. Your collaboration was instrumental in implementing a significant salary increase for our educators, reinforcing our shared commitment to excellence in education. The salary enhancement enacted last year have yielded positive outcomes. We have observed improved teaching retention rates and heightened morale among our staff. We have 6 teachers that have actually returned to the county that had previously left due to non-competitive salaries. These developments directly contribute to a more stable and effective learning environment for our students, underscoring the profound impact of our joint efforts. While the strides we have made are very much appreciated, it is imperative that we continue to build on this foundation. To maintain our division's trajectory of excellence and competitiveness, I will be proposing a 4% salary increase for all of our dedicated teachers and a 3% increase for our invaluable support staff in the upcoming fiscal year. The state has proposed a 3% salary increase for only SOQ positions. I have spoken to superintendents across the region, and many are only offering the proposed 3% increase to their personnel. We think this is a great opportunity to make gains with that extra 1%. If you'll look at the PowerPoint, there we go. If you review the PowerPoint, you will see that we have built the budget on an ADM of 3,000 students, which is slightly lower than the current year. Also, our local composite index is 0.2265. All the revenue numbers that you'll see throughout the PowerPoint was taken from the February calc tool. What we have noticed from this calc tool is an addition in the special education fund, but other categories have increased minimally. As everyone knows, the government has not yet signed this year's budget. If you look at the next slide. As I stated before, our main goal for this year's budget is to work on salary increases. If you turn to the salary scale slides, you will see a comparison of the FY25 teacher salary scale to the FY26 salary scale. We have looked at all the salary scales, and the teaching scale is still what is not compatible with other divisions. We did rework the aide scale to meet the minimum wage requirements, and also we have increased part-time wages to account for the minimum wage. On the next slide, you will see the Virginia and Region 7 ranks of salary. Last year, we were at the bottom of every range. With your help, we did come off the bottom and move up 5 to 6 spots in all ranges except for the 30-year people. We are still last in Region 7. You all have the salaries in the back of that folder that I gave you that you can see all the regions and their salaries. We wanted to share that we have school resource officers in every school now. That is 11 school resource officers. We would like to thank you, Sheriff Watson, and the Russell County Sheriff's Department for their help in making this happen. The SRO slide shows the budget breakdown of our costs. And as you can see, our cost is approximately $476,000 for our school resource officers. As we turn to the next slide, you will see the estimated revenue for FY26 that came from the calc tool in February. As you look at local, state, federal, food program, textbooks, and Project Bridge, the total revenue for FY26 is $56,397,826. And you can see the difference, but you can see the the local numbers. The local's a little higher than what you gave because we have other numbers that go into that. The next slide shows the estimated expenses. The only additions that are in this FY26 budget from last year are the 4% plus step for the teacher scale, the 3% salary increase for support staff, the aide scales were reworked due to the minimum wage requirements, and the increase for part-time workers to account for minimum wage increase, and we have estimated a 5% health premium increase. That is just an estimation. We have met, but we have not gotten numbers yet on that. The estimated expenses from the general fund, food program, textbooks, and Project Bridge is $57,710,836. The requested funding breakdown is the total debt service is $900,138. The required local effort, required local match is $9,933,963, which is the total county appropriation and also is assumed same as FY25. The additional requested amount this year is $1,151,789. The total FY County appropriation requested is $11,085,752. Again, I want to thank you for your support in last year's budget. But to sustain and enhance the compensation of our teachers and support staff is not merely an expenditure. It is a strategic investment in the future of our community. By approving these proposed salary increases, we affirm our collective commitment to education excellence and well-being of those who make it possible. Thank you for your time, consideration, and your continued support of Russell County Public Schools. Thank you.
Anybody from the board have any questions or anything?
How many teachers you have on payroll?
How many teachers? What is the total?
I'm not sure exactly teachers, I know full-time staff is 500 and
How many students you got? You got estimated 3,000.
We have, as of the end of March, 3,064
So
students.
what's your cost per student to the county? 3,000. So that'd be 3,000, you're asking for right at 10 million,
11.
11?
Mm-hmm.
So you're asking for a little less than 3,700 per child, roughly?
I'm assuming we look at all accounts from the state, the federal, and the local.
How does that compare to other counties?
How does that compare to other counties? I'm not real sure. I'd have to find that out, and I can get back to you with that.
'Cause we can look at these ranks of how the pay ranks, but other counties could be doing something different. So what I like to look at is how much is our county funding per child compared to the adjoining counties. I like to look at Scott and Smith. I've kind of strayed away from Scott recently because of their own problems, but Smith is a good one to look at. So I try to compare what we're doing, basically Lonzo, to what Smith County's doing because our populations are so similar. And
I can get
they're,
those numbers.
they're on
for
the
you.
interstate, and they got a little more going on over there than what we do, but they're predominantly farm country, so that's something that I like to look at. Now, y'all do whatever's best for you. But how much is increase have you asked for last year? That was about a 10% increase, is that correct, Lonzo?
Yes.
So then you're asking for another 10 this year, roughly. So
I'm not following, I'm sorry.
you're asking for another 10% increase year over year. So over the past 2 years, you've essentially asked for a 20% increase over what you were getting would have been the end of 2024 fiscal year.
Yes.
So a 20% increase to the taxpayer in 2 years is pretty strong. That's tough to absorb that. We've absorbed that through our groceries. Our citizens absorbed that through our electric bills. We were joking about that when we walked in because the lights were off, and I left them off on purpose. But that $2 million essentially is about what, Lonzo, 20 cents on our tax rate? So that 20 cents with our rate today at 63 cents, that's a third increase if the taxpayer had to absorb that. Now, we're blessed that we got the casino down there, and that's bringing some money in. That's a blessing. The taxpayer couldn't absorb 20%, so it's not necessarily a 20% increase, but it's still a big increase. So if you can get me those numbers of how we compare as a region, what we're putting into each child, then I'd appreciate that and
We can do
look
that.
over these numbers.
I'll get those to Mr. Lester as soon as possible.
I think it's important to have those numbers so we can, so that we can do a comparison. Because with an additional request of 1,151,789, That's approximately 11.5 cents on the hundred when we're talking about refiguring our real estate tax.
Right, but we've got to sustain those that you all have agreed to do last year. We've got to sustain those salaries. Plus, the state has sent down a 3% salary for SOQ personnel, but we give it to everybody, all of our employees. And we were just asking for a 1% just to try to get ahead of other counties.
So of that 1,151,000, that is including the 3%, the 1%. Now, in the step and redoing the aid workers, so that everything in your additional budget request, so that 1.1 is making up all the additional budget request, including 5% premium increase on the.
Yes, and we hope that, we don't know what that number's gonna be. You can ask your board members that was in the same meeting that we
Sure.
don't know. Yes.
I know nobody likes paying higher taxes, so
Sure.
that's the issue, you know, we run into is when we get large budget increases from every department out there, you know, every department's asking for more. And then the taxpayer's saying, well, I don't wanna pay any more on my taxes. Puts everybody in a between a rock and a hard place here. So, you know, anything we can do to tighten the belt, that's why that number that Mr. Hensley's asking for is so important, because when we look, well, are we overburdened with teachers? I don't know. I'm not saying we
I
are.
can tell you that we're not overburdened with teachers. We didn't replace a lot of teachers last year, and there's teachers this year that are retiring that we're not replacing.
Yeah, I'm not saying that we are. I'm saying we need to know that so we can look at these numbers and say, well, if we're at, because the numbers I'm finding are 12 to 1, 12 teachers, or 12 students per teacher.
That is at Castlewood, and it was 13 to 1, and
That's
that's
across-
because we lost.
That's cross district. That's what's, numbers I'm finding online are
Okay,
12
that's
to 1.
not accurate. I can give
Okay.
you,
Yeah.
give you all a list of each school and the teacher per pupil.
Absolutely.
I can
But,
give
you
you
know,
that.
that way we can look at it and say, well, what is Smith County, for example, doing? If they're at 18 or 16 to 1 ratio, how are they making that work? Because that tells me that we're doing something that's a little off here.
Well, I've got their. This really doesn't tell. This is the index. Their index is 0.4248. So I can get you all the numbers on that. And I don't have the information in this book, but I can get you those.
Okay, thank you.
And Smith County might not be a great county to
I can
compare
look up
with,
some
but
other-
if you can look at it just in regional, locally around us,
I can do that.
maybe grab a Coalfield County and then grab a county outside.
I want you all to realize that we certainly look at everything that we can cut. I mean, when we first looked at the budget, we had buses. We needed new buses, but we looked and we can consolidate routes. So we took those buses out of the budget, and we're still looking at things that maybe we can, cut.
I know, I've talked to JJ about the budget and things that you all doing to try to tighten the belt some, and I appreciate that. And I'm sure the taxpayer does too. But, you know, anything we can do to make sure we're running as efficiently as we can. I
Okay.
know you guys will do it, okay?
Yes.
Just a reminder on this budget, what she's proposed, the 1% additional that we're asking for is only around $200,000. So, just throwing that out there.
Alonzo, how much of that 3% is county funded? How much is state funded? The 3% increase that state mandates, is any of that state funding, or is that all local?
It's both. Yeah.
Do we know what
The state has proposed 3% for all SOQ positions. So we'll get that for the SOQ positions, and then we have to pay the rest out of. What was that, Brooke?
I'm not sure off the top of my head, but it's on the final calc tool under compensation supplement.
And I didn't give him the calc tool, so we maybe,
We
Yeah.
can print off the calc tool for you,
yeah, we can print off the calc tool for you.
or you have it. It's in your
Mm-hmm.
Brooke, I think that was right at, what, 212,000 per 1%?
Hey, Lonzo, if everybody could use their mic, use your mic if you don't care, I can't hear.
Okay.
What, the question I was asking Brooke, the 1% is, on the county supplement is what, 212,000 per 1%? Is that correct?
She's looking at.
So the county is 376,185.
That's for the full 3%?
For the full three.
Yeah, that's for the full 3. Okay. Now, the teachers that's compensated by the comp, which is SOQ, that was the 212 on the figure, on each percent on the teachers?
That's correct.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I really appreciate you, Dr.
Well,
Hooker.
I appreciate you all.
I appreciate the school board for attending and all the teachers that's here. You know, I don't really look at this as, I look at it as kind of like an industry. You all provide a lot of opportunity jobs, and we want to make sure we retain. I understand the fact that we're going to have to deal with the tax issue. Everybody understands that, but I can tell you this, since I first got elected, we had this issue. It was a terrible issue because we were losing. We were losing teachers, where they were going to 30-minute drive to another county. And one thing you don't ever want to do is get yourself in that rut to where you lose, and you lose teachers. And I'll tell you, I've been a great supporter of public education. I'm getting ready to graduate my last one, but I'm getting ready to start over with 2 grandsons. So it's critical to me to make sure that our education system is supported and that our teachers are supported, because it's an economic driver to me. I look at it as a business and see that everybody that works here and stays here and lives here, they pay taxes here, you know, and we understand that, you know, whatever the tax rate may be, the impact of that is usually not good, but if you make a good investment, you'll get a good return on your investment with that. And what I've heard from people and the citizens that's went to the hearings, they've got their taxes reduced, and you know, I'm all for reducing it, but I want to make sure that we meet our mandatory obligations, that we can pay our bills, and that we can support the entities and our teachers and our staff. And that's coming from me, but everybody has their own way of thinking of that. But I do appreciate what this has done. It's reversed the action of what we were losing, and it's bringing back people that want to be here again and work here. So I really appreciate everybody that's came and attended. You're welcome to stay through the whole process if you want to stay. Actually, this is just a budget hearing, and then we'll go into our regular meeting. We won't make any decisions on tonight because we got a lot more to go through, but I do appreciate everybody.
I guess I'm up. I got the easy one. Oh gosh, everybody's leaving on me. I ain't even started yet. I was. I'll turn this way. Huh? Do what? Check. Hmm? Let's see, everybody ready? Everybody ready? Is everybody ready? Good afternoon, board members. Now let's start the hard work. Probably the fiscal year 2025-26 budget, as the schools have pointed out, one of the things I want to echo on that, everything over the years has gained and increased and inflated. And so when I sat and made up the budget tonight, I could have went through, because we're not asking for much on each additional cost center. Out of the 55 departments are not asking for much, but we got 5 major line items to deal with. That's it. It's not extra cars, it's not pencils, it's not extra employees. I got 5 issues to deal with, and that's from one budget meeting to the next. In the meantime, I am setting, and we're grabbing data from not only the schools, but the state, the courts, and the other entities. And we got a budget, a reassessment meeting for the rate that will be Friday. So I was sitting in the office today, and I'm going, if I go in before the board today, and I just go over the budget, and I bring you in on Friday, and try to get a rate set, because we're on a schedule to get the books out, the assessment done. This is coded with the equalization board. Everything is set. I don't think you'll have enough time to make a good, clear decision and being able to take a look at this vast amount of numbers, because Steve and David and I, Mr. Brady, Mr. Eaton and I have sat in the office for hours and hours and rework and push down and tweak these numbers. And the numbers are the numbers. We even got a hold of the state just to confirm what we were doing, just as a clarity, and it doesn't look good. This is one of the hardest budget years I've had in 33 years, period. I mean, period, and you're going to see why. So, out of the 2025-6 budget, like I said, out of the 25 core operations that we have in the 55 departments, we have 5 increases. That's it, 5. But these are the big ones, and they're mandatory. So if I look at the regional jail, which is in y'all's packet, what is mandatory because of what they're increasing it based off their health care, where that's going from 5.5 million to 8.6 million. It is a 580,246.
Where is that?
Oh, this is my presentation.
Okay.
You'll have it, yeah.
Okay. Resolve D.
These are numbers just worked today because they come in daily. I apologize. So the DSS and the foster care and the CSA increases, which is again mandatory for the foster care and the CSA program. I'm looking at 238,894 increase. The 25 operational inflationary cost, which is 195,000, which is electricity. We're all paying AP. Health, employee health, which was mentioned by the school board. We're looking at 5%. Right now, I have 2% built into the budget. I do not have 5. One of the things that we mentioned to the health care, and Mr. Breeding will tell you, Mr. Reed would tell you, my response back to the brokers in the health care, if you go to 5%, we're going to have to rebid. So, I mean, I don't know what else to do. We cannot afford a 5% push in health increase when we're looking at these right here. So, between the property, auto insurance, and facilities, just like home and auto at the house, your insurance is going up. I don't know who it has not touched. Disposal, even running at what we've done and what we've tried to do to consolidate our loads, push down the tonnage, consolidate the areas, that we did bring that down from the $200,000 level to the $125,735 increase to be able to work what we can in operations to consolidate our movements and our hours. Then, again, as the school board said up here tonight, they are asking for 1.151798 for a total of 26 budget increase of $2.91 million. So, based off the reassessment, because you can run this if you're sitting here looking at 63 on 100 right now. You could go, okay, this is what I need to run the budget. Well, I'm going to have to show y'all some of the reassessment numbers now, because there is no way that you can get in here Friday afternoon, look at these reassessment numbers, and then set and be reconvened and make a good sound decision in 3 to 5 days. No way. Not a good sound one. So what I'm going to do, as I go through this, as you can see from the regional jail, I wanted y'all to see what the cost was running between the regional jail for the $580,000 that we have got before us. As you can see, the 501,096 on operations only for the regional jail, and $79,148.93 for debt for the total. Again, I didn't want to waste the time. These are 55 departments. This is what the county is operating on. I wanted to proceed into the hard numbers. Now, again, we have 5 budget line items that we got to deal with. Like I said before, it's no employees, no cars, no pencils, no pens. If you look at your budgets, it's almost level funding unless it's a mandatory or, or contractual. So I've got 45 full-time employees, and I have 36 part-time employees that he's made up, and y'all can look through them. Nothing has changed from last year. It's still the same. But this year, with the increases between 2 line items, which is the major one, regional jail and the school is the increase. I'm up to $34,209,475. This is a breakdown of the summary of the budgets between all the line items. Now, $34,209,475. I'll be sending this out to you. Yep. So, as a pie chart goes, these are all pretty, but it's not numbers. Of course, it breaks down to education, 33% of the budget. As you can go, other public safety is 23, general services 4, health and welfare 5, and that makes up the whole pie of the budget. And this makes up the 100%. Now, this wasn't in the presentation until today. I didn't include it because I was going to include it Friday. As you can see, this is the reassessment numbers. This is the real numbers that were turned into the state of Virginia and certified by the appraiser. And everybody's squinting, so I'll be bringing them up big for you. So what I wanted to see to y'all, this has been confirmed, this has been done, and these are the exact numbers. And when I talked to the Department of Tax, he said, Mr. Lesser, he said, no other county is going to be, will bring up 18 and 24 tax bases all through all 17 categories and show them to the general public. I said, we are. This is what we're doing. I got 1.933 into the assessment that's coming in that has been certified by the state of Virginia. Now, here's the most important sheet of all. I'm going to take this with me. So, as we look at this, these are all the classifications of real estate, all 22,424 partials. These are in the green. You are seeing here, this is residential. Number 40 is commercial, 50 and 60 is agriculture. All this in the gray is tax exempt. Now, how do you take these numbers and get to your real estate base? Now, this one here is 2018 when we did the assessment. No one got excited. It was less than 1%, so there was no public hearing. It went in as is. Since the pandemic, the increases since 2019, 2021 through the last 6 years, the reassessment values from 18 on each one of these classifications, which is transferred to the Department of Tax. These numbers are the same numbers that you just seen on the white piece of paper. It transfers into a $468 billion increase in real estate. Now, how does that transform from the 18 into 24? Now, as you see the percentiles in the residential, everybody's saying it was 40%. After the new construction evaluations, the reevaluations from the assessor's office from January the 14th to March the 14th, they reviewed 2,966 pieces of property and reevaluated them. These are the numbers that were certified and it came down to 36.21. Now, as you set the base of these numbers right here, this number right here on 2018, and along with commercial and the agriculture, is this number right here, the 1.485 billion. Now, the real estate assessment, as you have to take out the land use, get net value, this is what's on the books is 1.33 billion. That's at your 63 cents on the 100 tax rate. If I take the 6,300 off the 1.3 billion, that gives me 8,408,000. If you look in my budget, you look in the general ledgers, it's $8.4 million. That's how it comes down with the delinquency. So now the Board of Supervisors, to get to this base, because you've got employees and contractual obligations here, you've got to maintain this rate. Within the 1% like we did in 18, you could go to 8.49 and not have a public hearing. Now, taking 2024, the base is down off of these classifications here is 1.9. So you went from 1.48 to 1.93 billion. Your land use went up from 151 to 190 for a total of $1.74 billion. Now, to get the base, this is your base, $8.4 million. It's 48.23, period. Now, to get to that base, I'm $61 difference between the 18 base and the 24 base. Now, to get to that base, and I know we're going through a lot, so I'll get a lot of questions later. I take this base down to here. This is your revenue base, your contractual obligations, your employees, your contracts, what you've got doing and what your services going on in the county currently this year. You put the regional jail increases in, the foster care CSA, inflationary costs, disposal and transportation and transfer stations, and the school board increases, which is $2.29 million. If I take my base, add to that, this is your budget requirement if you approve those 5 budget items. To get to that, you will need a rate of 60.9 on 100, period.
What's the percentage increase after the reassessment to get to that 60 cents you mentioned?
What's the percentage of increase from
Last year.
from the 48 or the 63?
To get to that 60 cents, that's your break-even mark. How does that compare after the reassessment to last year? What's the percentage increase in tax?
Okay. That's a good question.
So if your real estate went up, you mentioned 40%, and then you said 30-something.
Yes.
So is that a 30% increase on the tax?
It's a 36, real estate went up 36.21%. But what you got to remember is this, you've only got one rate that covers all of these. So if you lower this 36 down, you only had it, there's only a increase of 20 on commercial and industrial. You only had a 20.
What's the average as a whole? I understand real estate. I forgot real estate. But what's the average for industry? Just what we have, We can't change the market. The market dictated industrial values and housing values and farming value, agriculture values. But what's that 60 cents an increase of over last year?
Oh, from the base to here, you're looking at what, a 24% increase? Is that right? Run the numbers. I apologize, I didn't look at it from that perspective. I was trying to hit the baseline and the obligation.
You're saying 48.23% would keep it at the baseline it was last year?
Your contractual obligation. And then you had to be at 60.9 to be able to reach the 5 budget items.
So it looks like it's 21% roughly?
Does that include the delinquency? I usually add in my head.
I just went from the 48 cents
Okay.
to 60.9.
Okay.
So That's 21%.
And I'm not adding delinquency in that 60.9.
Okay, yeah.
So, another good point. So, now that that subject has came up, if you lower the rate to 48.2, if you was to even do that, here's what will happen. You have one rate of all 17 classifications. If you take this down to get back to base of $8.45 million, this ones that only went up 20 to 23% will get a tax break. Your business will get a tax break. All land use will get a tax break. Agriculture, anything over 20 to 100 acres, anything over 100 acres will get a tax break. There's got to be an equilibrium of where you got to be able to come in and pay for the ones.
You set the tax rate based on the whole.
That is
And then you
correct.
apply that to the individual categories, which all have different percentages, which means some are gonna get popped and some are gonna get a tax break.
That is correct. When we looked through the 22,424 parcels, and we did, a lot of the ones that we've seen in this residential and apartments and multifamily is, I hate to say it, we live in them, is if I look around 58, 19, and 80, it's in the subdivisions. When I look at the pieces of property, that's the ones that's appreciated. Some of the houses went up 5, 3, 8, 10%. If you push down 20%, they're getting tax breaks. You're putting the burden on the subdivisions, period. So, as we go through it, I can get you back to base. That's 48.23. That's guaranteed. Within a $61 variance of realistic numbers. I let the Department of Tax look at this, but here is your issues. Every number here that you add to the base is going to go from 48 to 60.09. Very simple. I don't have a lot of departments asking for a lot of things. I don't have a lot of unnecessary employees. I don't have no cars, no vehicles. It's right straight out of those numbers there.
And Mr. James, that's 26%. I'm sorry, I had my math reversed.
See, I said 25.
26. 26 and some decimals, but.
So, now, as you will see in your budgets, as I modified these today, like I said, in 32 years, this is one of the hardest budgets to come up with. As you see this number right here, you see it's 2.291. At 2.291, I'm gonna have to bring this out so y'all can see. $2.291 is on your budget as of today. That is your proposed deficit. That's what we have to deal with. 2.291664. That's right now. These numbers are into those 5 line items for the budget. Now, there's still more buts, and I use Miss Dice. She'll throw a butt into me during the conversation. But the governor of Virginia has not sent all the numbers in yet. I've got the sales tax, I've got the constitution officers, I've got the school boards, but we still do not have the SEC and various other taxes that are coming in and what their share will be. Each number that comes in from here on out will push that 60.09 down, because these things that you have on these 5 classifications is either contractual or mandatory. So you have to pay the bills. So it's a hard one. Without doing a tax increase, what do you do? So, and I hate to put it in such simplistic terms, but y'all got a lot to deal with between now and Friday. Sit down and look at these budgets. Sit down and look at these 5 line items and go, where do we go from here? And be able to set a tax rate, which y'all gonna have to do by the time we can get the tax books out, to give the citizens a fair opportunity to even pay it. Now, next thing, the Board of Equalization starts Thursday. We have a board meeting Friday for that. That board will meet all year long. Now, for residents that comes in before the Equalization Board, if they lower it and you go ahead and pay it, they'll bait it back. I got the treasurer in here nodding their head. Now, I say they'll bait it back, but no, I'm teasing. They will bait it back. So if it's corrected, it will be corrected. So these processes are all going on simultaneously while we try to figure out the budget. Now, the hard part of this whole process is not the bases, it's the 5 line items, but you don't have to set the budget, but you do have to set the tax rate now. That's the hard part. You don't know what the budget's gonna be, how do you set the tax rate to match the tax? So it's very difficult.
You're gonna be sending us that stuff in email, correct?
Yep. As soon as this meeting's over, you'll have it, I'll drop it in the Dropbox.
Can you set the tax rate for the first half of real estate and then set it for the second half when you set the budget?
You can, but you have to go back through the public hearings and the full process. You can.
So if we have a public hearing in June when we set the budget, we could set 2 tax rates essentially.
Well, you're going to
One
have
for
to
the
set the
first half
tax
and
rate
one-
now.
I understand that. I'm asking, do you have to set it as a whole or can you set it as a half?
Treasurer, when you set it, you have to set it for a full calendar year. Now, you can reconvene to readjust the tax rate, but you have to set the tax rate.
But if we set a rate, can we buy half the tax tickets and then hold off and then buy the other half once you get the numbers? Because last year you wouldn't let me change it because you'd done
That's
bought
a
the
commissioner
tickets.
revenue, but legally, yeah, this one will be done. The first half, May the 25th, will be billed. You're asking about the November billing, right?
Yes.
Now, you still will have to go back through the process. You will still have to have a public hearing anytime you move that.
Can
that
we buy those tickets to send out in a half rather than a whole?
Yes, that's how we always do. We always
So
buy
they
tickets.
won't be printed in June. If we if we set one half and then set the second half, we can do that with a public hearing in June.
Well, you'd have to be in the new fiscal year. You'd have to, you know what I'm saying? You're setting the May, June,
So
July.
our July meeting could be a public hearing to set the tax rate for December.
If you have firm enough numbers by then.
I mean, if we don't have firm enough numbers by June the 30th, we're not gonna get them.
Remember last year? We did not have them. I'm not being facetious, but if the governor does everything but I'm more worried about not what the governor is doing. I'm worried more about how your contractual obligations are coming in. And what I've got to explain to y'all, there's a difference between a budget and cash flow. Now, you know, Mr. Hensley knows that today because, you know, the cash flow goes up and down based off the bills. We bill twice a year, so we have to run that 2 times, twice a year, every May and every November. That has to last for 12 months. So we have to calculate, manage those cash flows throughout the 12-month period over multiple finances that are coming in. Not just ours, but the schools. So you got approximately 18 million that's flowing through here at all times. So you got to be able to balance these books. You can put $1 billion on that budget, it don't matter. Cash flow, you have to be half cash flow to pay the bills, period. It don't matter what's in that budget. You can change that budget. The governing board, can change this at every minute of every day that you convene. So it's up to y'all. But again, you got 5 items. You got to set a tax rate. And that tax rate has to legally, by the Code of Virginia, you have to take care of your legal obligations. You cannot intentionally set that rate lower than your contractual obligations by code.
And our contractual obligations are 48 cents.
That based off exempt of those 5 line items, yes. Your contractual obligations right now is 48.23 as of today. Now, if you approve these 5, then your contractual obligation will come. Hang on just a second. Well, if I can get my computer to work here. Well, that ain't working. Do I have any questions? Well, I'm getting this thing fixed here. Hang on a second.
The number that I see in our draft budget, the copy that you gave us, is $2,147,000.
I'm seeing. Yeah, it's changed since then. Yeah, it's changed. Like I said, I updated it today.
What is that additional change? We're now at 2.29.
9.1, yes. Some of the changes on the line item, well, it was Constitution officers. Actually, it wasn't even in y'all's numbers. So I pushed down the disposal to the bare minimum that we could do. Now, these are the general ledgers. This is the exact books that are read by the Treasurer of Virginia. See that 81.16 without the delinquency rate? There's your requirements. You see, here's your delinquency. One of the things I want to point out to the board too, when I mention cash flow, right now and today, we're approximately 230,000 behind on collections that people have not paid. So your time value of money and your percentage of budget doesn't always equate. Some tax budget lines or revenue lines will lag. So right now, your $230,000, give or take, that's short off the last one, the November bill, we're $230,000 short of real estate. So that's $230,000. That's 2%. Now, what we have to do as far as cash flow and cash flow management, and the treasurer is sitting here, and I'll let her speak, she has to do a juggling act. So what she will do, she will work with the other balances that are coming in on time and stronger into the public service taxes, the personal property, to pay the bills of the delinquency on the personal. But you can't keep taking from each. And our estimates are so close when we estimate these. If you will look on the personal property, this is what we estimated out. If you look at your new budget, look at it if it don't say $4.8 million right now. That's what we're pushing every dollar that we can based off the new numbers that we got into your budget to get that 60.9% down. Look at you, when you pull up your budget, take a look at it. It's got 4.8 some odd million dollars in it. We're adjusting these numbers on a daily basis as we get them, and we know that we can do within a margin of error to be able to pay the bills.
So that 4.8 on personal property, that's everything that had a title to it on January 1, that's how it works?
Of January 1.
So that's pretty set in stone number then, right?
If they pay it. You have the personal property also has a good delinquency rate too, of $250,000. Now you gotta remember in the personal property, you also, mobile homes is titled just like a car. It's not a large amount. I've only got, 83,000 in here, 86 total for mobile homes. Here is the 4.873. You got to remember, that's not just
So that
the car.
number's truly about 4.5 after the delinquencies.
Yeah, that's correct. And we push the delinquencies. The treasurer has to go hard after this. The increases that we have seen, and you will see in your budget over the 5-year projection, the delinquency, the personal property has went up, but it's in cars. They've held their value. We went through that a couple of years ago. What has went up
is the business tax. Business equipment has went through the ceiling. The regular tandem truck that used to cost $150 is $250 now. Its assessed value has went through the ceiling. So those increases that we're accruing through the personal property is through the business. This is a hard one, board. This is. We have spent nights and weekends looking at this. We take it down, we have to take it up.
Does the reimbursement from the hurricane and the flood, does that come in next fiscal year, or what's with that? Is that on the revenue side, or how's that work?
That will come in on the revenue side. Now, it's a 75-25 split. But what we were awarded, is for employees and debris and certain structures. So it's not going to be, it's reimbursement of cost already incurred, because you've already
The
expended.
costs occurred last fiscal year, and the money's gonna come in next, right?
That is correct.
Where's that at on here?
We don't have a final number from the FEMA. They ain't got it together yet. Right now, and we don't have a true final number that we're going to get
You
reimbursed.
got an estimated number?
Yes, but it keeps being adjusted, and I don't feel comfortable, doing it until we get a definitive. David knows, he's on the emails with the FEMA, the chairman is. It keeps moving, and it keeps going down.
Is that anything that what the legislature's added last week with the 50?
That's totally separate.
That's separate?
Yeah, that's totally separate. The hurricane hit Russell County the hardest. Then we went into the ice storm, and then we went into the flood. In the flood, we didn't have a lot of property. Actually, the county had more damaged property than personal property did. The water came up and it came down. But the hurricane, that's when we had, all the employee costs, the overtime, the safety, the fire rescue, sheriff's department, and all the debris. And it's a 75-25, but the numbers that we keep getting and going back to the FEMA, they keep adjusting it down. I'll be honest, federal government's trying to do away with FEMA. So let me explain. If y'all haven't been watching the news, that's what they're doing, and they're cutting. It started off at $500,000. Now, we'll be lucky to clear $150.
Well, let's put that on here in the revenue side.
I can't put it on legally until
These
we
other
check.
numbers are estimated numbers.
No, based off historical. That's totally different.
So you can't put an estimated number on here unless you have a historical number to back it up?
Would you? You see what I'm saying? These numbers that I get off of tax have a historical trend. I'm moving 5 years at a time. There's very little variance based off of what we are bringing in or what changes. Either the houses are added, new constructions are added, that are depleted, they're sold. If it's personal property, machine and tool is added. We know these on the tax books. Every business reports to us on their 770s. We know what they're doing. So we've got an estimate that we can move within a range to be able to calculate these. But FEMA,
Well, I can
That's the
speak on
hard
that because I've had many phone calls back and forth with the state and with FEMA. And what they're looking at, the reason I don't think we're going to get a lot of reimbursement is because they're looking at more of the more devastated areas. Hurley, Buchanan County, Raven, Damascus, some of these areas that got really hit hard. They're looking at those to put more of the money and more of the dollars into the areas that were lost many homes, some lives were lost. So I have been on the phone with them trying to get every penny and every dollar, every dime that we can get for our county. But every time I'm in a conversation with them, they're looking at the more devastated, and I can understand that. I mean, we've had our brothers and sisters in our surrounding counties, and our emergency management team has, and our churches have been Johnny on the spot helping our neighbors. it's amazing, the contributions that we've done to go outside our boundaries and help those in need. And I'm very grateful for that, but I wouldn't even at this point, I thought it was going to be in around $500,000, and now it's looking more like $100,000 to $150,000 at that if we even get it.
And back to these numbers here. And one of the things that everyone that owns a home in here that's sitting or watching, you don't want your appraisal in your house to go down for tax purposes. You want your appraisal up if you sell it, if you go for a line of credit, if if insurance, they're going to insure it. You don't want it to go down. That when we was talking with the state and the tax people, they said, look, and there's a good point that came out when it was such a variance when it came in through. We were looking at the 17 line items. It came in such a shock that the housing came in 16% higher than industrial. That's hard. But the point is this: there's a housing shortage in the U.S. There's not a business shortage. There's not a agriculture shortage. There is not a tax exempt or a nonprofit shortage. There is a housing shortage. So with the housing shortage over the last 5 years from 2020, y'all got to remember also, this assessment is not from last year to this year. This is your increase over a 6-year period. 6 years. So if you take 36 by 6, that's 6 years at 6% a year. Some places went up 15 to 20 cents, 15 to 20% in 1 year. We were reading about Martinsville. They did a reassessment last year. Some municipalities do it on an annual basis. Theirs went up 18 to 20% in 1 year, from 23 to 24. So I know that doesn't help, but to try to get to the number to what's fair for Russell County citizens and get it down, the hardest thing that we've got to deal with, again, is the 5 line items. I can give you base. Steve and David, and we've set this and we've run these numbers, we've wore out the keyboard. So,
one of the things I've always been concerned about, which both Ms. Dyes have served in that capacity with the DSS and the CSA, but our children's needs and the foster care situation, and with the CSA, I mean, you never know from month to month what that's going to do, or you could get hit with it out of the blue and have to come up with $160,000 just like that. I mean, the things that you're unsure of, the unknowns, I always called it, that could get you is, those types of situations. I do know now with the garbage, we got a new contract that we're going to have to, what is that, Nate and Andrew, in October? It's coming up in October, so I know we just got hit with another increase. That's just the rate increase from disposal, but then in October, there's going to have to be some negotiations on that, and hope 2027, yes, renegotiate. But still, I mean, hopefully, I hope and pray that the good Lord sees fit that some of these issues will start going down and not up. I mean, it's been unprecedented to me being elected, because when I first got elected, and Steve will tell you, we had a $1.4 million deficit, and we was operating on a $3.5 million rand note, borrowed money. We was paying interest just to pay the bills. And I definitely don't want to go back to those days. But the situation is, this has been very unprecedented. The year that we've been indwelled with here for all of our board members is been unbelievable. I mean, with inflation, with COVID inflation, and everything else that's hit, it's not just hit Russell County, but it's hit everybody, all of our surrounding counties, and I guess everybody's having to deal with it a little differently. But these 5 line items that are mandatory, that we've got to be able to pay the bills, because I sure don't want Attorney General or nobody to come down here and say, why are y'all not meeting your mandatory requirements or paying your bills?
I don't think the Attorney General will bother us in an election year.
It's called the Department of Accounts. And
Lonzo?
they have no friends or politicians, the Department of Accounts don't.
Let's
Yes,
just
ma'am.
talk, okay? Schools, we're still waiting on the insurance.
Yes, ma'am.
We're not settled with that.
Right now, and I have 2% in,
So-
and they've threatened us with 5.
Well, we
So
need to
that-
see that.
That's a status.
DSS, that's a give and take. How many children's are in service? There's nothing you can really do with that. Sheriff's Office, the jail, how much are we gonna get, are you looking at getting back from the regional jail this year? Getting back? We hope, we hope.
No,
We
we owe,
wish. Oh, was that all?
well, the bill for next year. the
That's
one-
an increase.
Yeah,
An
increase.
But,
The bill this year, they're your butt.
yeah,
So
my
I'm
butt,
gonna use
I
your
always say that
famous
butt word.
But we owe 138,000 more this year that was not budgeted this year. They've already sent a bill for another additional 138,000 plus the 590. That's the bill. We have to pay that by June 30th, on top of
Okay.
what we had already budgeted. So that's equivalent to 1 cent right there. That's the new appraisal rate. When you look, it's about $140,000.
So our numbers on this quarter in the regional jail was more than the historical average,
Yes.
okay?
The regional jail, and Steve and I are on it, Mr. Kaiser, it is in one line item, well, 2. The jail employees increases, they're 3% because we have to pick up our percentile just like we do with VDH and DSS and et cetera. Second one was the health insurance program went from 5.5 million to 8.6 million dollars, $3.1 million increase. is
For
what's
the
projected.
inmates, that's not the employees. The
That's
public
the
needs to
inmates.
know, that's
That's the
the
inmates.
inmates, not our employees.
And what happened is the current House and Senate in the state of Virginia, they were receiving, the inmates used to pay for their internet and their phones and the rest, the tune of, at the regional jail here, ours, was $1 million in reimbursement. They got $1 million. They cut that out and now they're giving it to them for free. Legislators cut it out, so they're getting it free now.
Okay. All right, county operations. We've got electricity, health insurance, not a whole lot there. We got 3 school buildings that we could sell, get rid of, get them off our books. We don't pay insurance.
Well, Rebecca,
And-
1 second, Rebecca. Mr. Lester said they're getting it for free. They're not getting it for free. We are paying for
Well,
it.
good point.
All right, so there's nothing free.
They're getting it.
They're not paying for it, but all of us are.
They're getting it.
So that's that. I mean, that's another. It's an increase, and you know, those legislators, they weren't thinking when they did that. I don't think.
I just think the impact statewide when they did that. To the regional jail here in Abington, it was $1 million impact.
It was a lot.
We've seen it, didn't we, Steve?
And another thing they did, and they reduced the inmate rate down
Yes.
to like $15.
And the
a day.
state reduced the rate, reimbursement.
In addition, like you
believe
said, the medical has just been going up and up and up and up. And part of the issue, just so everyone understands, if somebody gets sick in the regional jail, they'll pretty much send them straight to the hospital
That's
for
the
liability
provision.
reasons. I mean, so we're getting incredible bills. It's outrageous.
The taxpayers paying for a
$900,000
staff of nurses and
bill.
doctors to be there,
Twice.
even though they're sending them to
That's
the
right, yeah.
emergency room.
Yeah, it's a. Oh,
Is it,
I should be careful what I say. It's a bit of a mess, though.
Yes, ma'am.
that's an astronomical number. And the last one is our 5th thing, the transfer stations. What can we do to cut on that? What is something that we could, because I mean, this is serious business. We have got to look to help out the citizens, and we've got to see what we can do.
Now, one of the things that you all have already been doing, and on the transfer station and the disposal, if you look at the disposal and transfer station, which is, disposal waste, the transfer station and the trucks that pick it up, it also includes the leche and all the landfill operations. This was at around $225,000 if you look at your last budget. So what we did and Brian did, we've we just installed larger tanks for larger volume. So we cut down our volume and our trips and our cost. So we've looked at that, and we've looked at, he's consolidated his routes and timing. I mean, we have cut this. We also, just on the testing through the landfills, it came in lower than anticipated. So we were able to lower that one down from the 225, almost $100,000, just from cutting. Yeah.
Rain.
Yes. The February, we ran 24/7, for a week to 10 days. And every time it rains, it costs us more. It's just like more of the trash, it costs us more.
I know it was mentioned that there was some tires coming into the county, which they're paying per ton.
Yes.
Is that any rate that can be raised for out of the county folks? I mean, if they're coming from wherever to our transfer station, can we raise that?
Well,
I wouldn't want to raise it on a citizen, but somebody driving from out of the county to bring trash to us, I'd rather them go to their county.
now that's at the discretion of the Board of Supervisors. Here's what happens, two things. When you raise the tire rate, one, they will go to another place. Two, they throw them over the hill. Good God, you know how many tire calls we get, but that's at the discretion. If y'all want to set it, but I don't know if it helps or hinders. You know what I'm saying? It's a double-edged sword.
Maybe just look at it and see how it compares to other counties. I mean,
We can do that.
if
Well,
we're
lower.
in the ball field of the other counties, it don't matter. But
We're actually lower. We're lower than the adjacent counties. Some, some of them's up to $200. Yes. And they'll find somebody. That's why we have people from Smith County.
That's what I
that
was
Brian
gonna say, they're
tells
coming
you.
from Smith, we've
County,
talked about
yes.
that in our board meeting.
Yes.
They're coming in from Smith County, they were going to Dixon, I think, or Buchanan, but I guess they raised their rates, and now they're
Yeah,
coming to us.
everybody's raising their rates except for us, so they're coming to us.
We could possibly figure out a way to, require a bill of lading from our local tire shops if somebody's, taking tires in, and then if they don't have that, charge them a higher rate. That's a suggestion. That way, maybe we can offset that. We can collect a little extra for the money, for the extra tonnage that we're getting from other places, but it doesn't hurt our local tire shops and our local citizens if they're doing, out here at 11 Discount Tire or whoever, Walmart, whatever. Require a bill of lading. That way that they check them in at this transfer station. They say, hey, look, I picked 100 tires up from Mike down here at Discount Tire, or whatever it might
see
be.
what you're saying.
And that way there's a tracking. It's hard to do with like a stamp or a sticker on a window, because then they can just take that truck over to Smith County, collect a couple extra dollars, and still bring it to us. But if they have a bill of lading showing,
Right.
this is how many tires we picked up, and this is how many we're dropping off.
We even got down to where we watch the tags. That comes in. We know who's running from Smith or different various counties. We run their tags. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. We even watch the tags that come through to make sure, as the volume. And the people at the transfer station are well trained at this now, and they know they've got the same drivers, the same group of drivers that come through. But that is a good point, too.
But they can,
See,
sneak
let's
over
see
and get a
that.
couple
You're
extra
right.
tires and make a few extra dollars.
Yes, they could.
You do that every trip, and you can start making a lot of extra money
You would not believe the
at our
effort.
expense, unfortunately.
You would not believe the effort that people go through to try to get rid of trash. Yes. But again, you don't want your property rates to go down. We got to find a rate in 5 numbers that makes this thing balance out best, for the Russell County citizens. Now, you can take the rate, I've got formulas in there, what the average house here is from 125 to 200,000. That's the average cost of the house. So whatever rate that we apply, we've got formulas that we can set and calculate. And I don't want to show
See, give me. See, this is a formula based off the 63 on the 100 off the various classes of the 24 appraisal going up 36%. Now, on a $25,000 piece of property, it went up 36%, it'll go to 34, it's $48 a month. The majority of those 22,424 that had the tax break in these red blocks here from 100 to 204 is the majority of the houses that were in those appraisals. So you're looking at $200 to $300 a year increase twice a year. Oh, did I? I apologize. It's twice a year, every May, every November. So for the full year, it'd be on a $100,000 house, if you stayed at that level, would be a $100 increase every half. If you went, and that's up to 136. If you went to 204, it'd be 150 twice a year.
So that 191 is for the whole year, not six
Yes, ma'am.
months?
This is for the tax liability for the whole increase for the year. So you can, we bill, some counties only bill once a year on taxation. We bill twice a year to give people an opportunity to do it or even pay it in payments. And that's sad, but from the $100,000 to $204,000 range, you're looking at $200 to $300 increase per piece of property on a $200,000 home.
What's the biggest percentage we have in the county of those numbers? Is it that 150 to 204
Yeah,
range?
that's why I've got it. This is the majority of the range that had everybody saying they got a tax ticket with 40%, 45. I'm one, you know.
You got any idea how many falls in that category?
Right. The percentile that comes into this category of the housing of those three that are there are probably 87, 88%.
So almost all of them. then.
Yes. So, like I said, we've run these numbers in every direction that we could, from every formula that we could, every methodology that we could, to be able to know what the impact would do. That's why when the Board of Supervisors, if you look at the rest of the counties, and I'm not going to throw them under the bus, we had the assessors here normally under the code, and they're only required by code. Assessors only need, from Pearson, only usually does a 2-week assessment. That's it. They review the residents of the county for 2 weeks. They set up appointments. If you make it, you don't. We did 2 months. From January the 14th to March the 14th, we reviewed 2,966 properties. And and most of them was adjusted. That's why my numbers would change as we went through, based off of what the last day on March 24th for he's certified to the Department of Tax. And those adjustments were included in those assessments and sales. We got as close as we could get before you all made a decision. Any questions?
How much will that change at all, or how much will that change with the equalization board?
Okay, it's like this. You got almost 1.933 billion in property. Ones that come in here, that assessment equalization board runs to December 31st. Like I said, if you go before the equalization board and they make an adjustment, if you paid it in the May and you go in July and August and they readjust it, they'll give you a credit back. They'll do an abatement. Now, how does that play into this rate here? If you go in, and most of the ones that we got is on the garages, on decks, addition, you know, a house, a roof, it won't affect that $1.9 billion. Not to set the rate. Out of the very little, there'll be little or no variance in it. And they are working well with them. About majority of the 2,966 did, and I tell you, do go to the equalization board. They did take off some, but you have to, you have to have evidence, appraisals.
They did adjustment. They're working really well with them.
Why is these interest numbers so low?
The what?
The interest number, it's at 310.
310.
Shouldn't it be more about $500,000?
Interest on what?
You got interest on the revenue side at 310.
Yes.
Shouldn't it be higher than that?
No, I'm anticipating the interest coming down you're talking about out of interest earned? See, I have to calculate what you're going to take out for the road projects. See, that's earning interest right now, so I've got to take that out. Am I right, Alicia? Yeah. So, as you take the money out of it, if we're sitting on money, we're going to make money on it if we can by law. We're going to try every venue that we can to stay off of the tax rate or the assessments or any property tax or any tax.
What's your current interest you've dropped for this year? Or will you tell me?
Huh?
Or will you tell me?
Oh, of course I'll tell you. It's a public
In private or in this public meeting?
He gets me in these public meetings and asks me, no, I'm teasing. Anybody can ask what the interest rate is.
We got 310 on here, and I just, I do a lot of rough math in my head, and it's nothing exact, but I just had on my mind it should be about $500,000. And what we should have gotten over the past year on 6% interest or 5 or whatever the rate is.
So you're getting me into the treasurer's arena, aren't you?
But if we can't use
Hang on just a
that, if we can't use that to balance this budget, it's really irrelevant. I was more or less just picking on you, but that interest number does seem a little low unless rates drop drastically in the next 6-12 months.
One of these days I'm gonna get my glasses fixed. We'll have to get out of there. Okay, here's the 4th and the 5th. Like I said, hey, here's the general ledgers as of 4/5. Let's see what your interest in here is. On interest, you've only done $239,000 today.
And that's year to date?
Am I looking at that right? Can I see? Yep. Okay, sorry about that, Alicia, thank you.
Keep him straight, Alicia.
If you look at it as much as we do, if you look at this as much as we do, $401,000. Is that right,
So
Alicia?
it will be about
Yeah,
$500,000 by the time we get to the end of the fiscal year.
If you don't,
That's a pretty good guess.
if you don't liquidate, you're spending it. He's fixing roads. He's fixing 71.
Lonzo wants the public to drive through potholes, and I'm trying to fix potholes, and we're arguing over that quite a bit.
Mr. Hensley has page 71. As y'all go down through, you know how rough it is. I would agree with him 100%. I came from VDOT. It is bad. So he's taking the money out that earns interest to pave the roads. It is bad. That's probably one of the worst primaries there is in the county. It's bad, isn't it? We don't even go through there anymore. We go around. So, but he is absolutely correct. But that's things that we mentioned, how hard we work, tried to keep the wheels on the bus on this thing and do what's best for the Russell County citizens. I'll tell the board and I'll tell any citizen out here, if y'all got a suggestion, bring it to us. We would love to make this easier. We would.
So that extra revenue from just interest, it could be anything. It doesn't have to be the interest. I was kind of picking on you about the interest, but if we're going to get $200,000 extra out of that this year, is there anything we can pay this year that won't go on the budget next year?
Well,
pay ahead.
You've read the code on that little pay ahead thing, didn't you? You know it's a no-no.
I mean, is any of the departments looking to buy a computer, a car? I mean, I don't know what we need here, but if you're needing a tin roof on a building or something, can we buy the tin in this fiscal year and then put it on the roof next year? I mean, just,
Well, what you gotta remember is that what the board decisions has already been made as far as the budget on what needs to be fixed, and on the budget, I've got another project that's gotta be fixed here soon. If you don't, where I'm going with this, we had budget lines during this current fiscal year that was not anticipated or was not budgeted. We had to appropriate. The SCBA's for the fire department was $375,000. We had to buy it. Those things like that, we've already. It's already absorbed. Which was not budgeted. Anything that you add on throughout the year, when you set that budget, of what it final is by June 30th, everything that you add through it, you got to find money to pay for it. Because those bases, you see how close these numbers run between the king and queen of taxes, as I call them. You got to find money to be able to pay them by June 30th. Same way at the school board. Once you make those decisions, you better be able to pay for them by June 30th. Because if you don't, here's the outcome. First, you get reported to the APA, the Department of Accounts, and the Auditors of Public Accounts. But the second hardest thing is, it hits your bond rating. If you want to know what interest rates are and how to hurt yourself, hit that bond rating. And I tried to present this not as standing up here, going through a slideshow. I didn't want to do that because of the urgency of what y'all are going to be looking at. This is hard. This is hard. The other counties, and I don't want to throw them in, they had extra revenue or extra income. They've got additional population to be able to absorb these. Over the years, we have cut the disposal, we've cut leche, we've cut employees. Like I said, there's 45. I mean, you could take the whole 45 and you couldn't get it. You couldn't get that number. But again, it's not cost that you created. It's all external. Not one car are we adding on, not one piece of paper, not one thing. Our budgets, when you looked at your budget, what was not contractual, employee or obligation or benefits, grants or federal or state, I proposed a cut in it down to the line items, but it's pencils and pens. It's I cutting across 55 departments. You can cut. The scenario that I ran was 10%. That was $130,000, period, through 55 departments that you have legal control of.
so there's about 1.7 million that's coming from the school and coming from the regional jail out of that 2.2.
That's the way it works.
So we're about 500 on everything else. Those are two big line item increases.
Yep. So if you throw in the DSS, the trash, the employee raises, and the health insurance, and the cost of inflation, that's your rest. And there's nothing that you can control. You can say, we can do this or we can do that. It's external. Yeah, and then that's another thing on the regional jail. We even talked to the Commonwealth Attorney. We talked to the judges. They work with us. We talked to the regional jails. When this program first started, Russell County was sending 180 inmates, right, Steve? 180 inmates over there. We were paying $10,000, $12,000 per inmate over there. Now we're down to 110. I mean, they're out here working, not going over and sitting in the jail. I'm sorry, I'm just the way it is. We got them out working. We got 2 crews. That's how the trash gets picked up. That's how we save the money, painting. As far as housekeepers, I got 2. I got 2 housekeepers. One for the courthouse. I got 1 here. That's it. That is it.
It used to be that for every, I don't know what it is with these increases, but for every person that we could take away out of the regional jail and put them in a work release, we saved about $17,000 a year.
That's correct.
In upkeep. It's probably a lot more than that now with all these new additions.
That would
Plus,
be, that would be an interesting number to see how much that the board had saved over time.
Missy
That was
Missy has
huge.
it.
Carter can tell
Missy
you,
has it.
she's done over $10 million at
Labor.
minimum wage of public service.
I saw those numbers, but that number is taxpayer dollars. The number she give is just if we paid somebody minimum wage to do what work they're doing. The real savings is that $17,000. That's
$17,000 a year.
huge.
She's got that
and
too.
drug court, if you can get them in that or drug court, either one, that'll
Yes.
pull them out of there.
And see, and one of the things that we're having a hard time doing because the House and Senate changed the laws, again, they've got an option to do what they want to do. You can't force them into the community. It's got to be a choice. So,
Well, one of the things I brought up, Andrew, is talking to the Commonwealth Attorney and the judges too, is maybe going with the ankle bracelet. And they said, well, that really defeats the purpose because all of them want to stay at the house and none of them would want to work. So it really, I mean, they got it, they'll figure it out. You know, I said, well, I was looking at maybe just keeping as many as we could out of the regional jail. And, you know, but if you go that route, it will hurt your workforce program and what they provide to the area county as far as picking up and the taxpayer.
y'all have got about 25 minutes for recess. If you ain't got any more questions and take a break, then you got another board meeting. You got what? Oh, well, go ahead.
So,
I'll get
so what do we got, what do we gotta, we can't tax people at 20-some% increase. What can be cut out of that? You know, is it gonna fall back on to we're the bad guys for raising taxes and everybody else just gets what they want just because they showed up and asked?
No. What, from here on out, and I'm going with Ms. Dyes again, but, so, again, you still got funding that's coming in from the state. It ain't gonna be a great, but it will be hopefully more. The trend on what has came in has helped more. Actually, by the time we got down, we've taken off 3 cents on the 100 already, haven't we? Just working through the numbers and the cost savings. As this comes in, we can look at that, but Steve and I, we're going to push the regional jail too. And you know, you wanting to meet too, but it's going to be hard.
When we gonna meet?
That will have to be next week. Now,
When's the vote on the tax rate?
the tax rate, if you do the public hearing Friday, you have to reconvene to be able to meet the timelines by Monday or Tuesday. The thing about it is, they're still going through the interviews for the healthcare. They don't know the hard number yet. These are based off of, that number is what they're
So if we set a
anticipating
rate on
based
Monday or Tuesday, like you said, can we set that rate for the first half of taxes and then change it once we have in stone numbers July 1?
Well, what you will have to do is you have to set the tax rate for the whole.
I understand that, but I mean, change that rate. Can that rate be reduced even though we've collected half a year's taxes?
Yeah. No.
Can we send taxes out in June and then can we give a rebate
Yes.
to put
Now,
on?
you can do that.
You can do that.
You can do that. Now, it's an abatement, but a rebate. But
Is anybody going to complain that we've already bought tax tickets if we decide to do that?
we don't buy tax tickets. Get ready to bill.
Last June, I was told the tax tickets was already bought, if y'all remember.
Okay. They weren't bought last year, but here is the thing. By code of Virginia, if you change that tax rate more than 1%, I don't care if it's now or even at the second half, you gotta have a public hearing.
Outside of the Lebanon News getting some money out of advertising, we have meetings, we can just set a public hearing at one of our regular meetings,
And
correct?
it's got, other than that, advertising in the public paper for a period of 2 weeks. Yes.
So as long as you know beforehand.
Yes. It's hard. You've got two line items
There's
here.
just a lot of guesstimation here that we think the state might do something, we think we might, you know, you can think a lot of stuff and it never happened. Or it might come back and be better than what you think, you just don't know.
And that's what we deal with. That's the hard part that we deal with every year. It's not only on the state numbers, but this time you have the regional jail. Now, in your packet, you have the regional jail and the healthcare and projected cost. You see it went from 5.5 to 8.6. That's based off the estimates on what they're doing. They're still going through the interviews and the rest. We don't know. Now, that's a double-edged sword. It could come in higher than 8.6. That's just what an estimate is. So, it's hard. It could come in higher than 8.6.
I'm done. Y'all can go use the bathroom or whatever you need to. We ain't solved the world's problems, we
Chairman.
probably aren't going to, so.
That's why I wanted to start tonight on this tax, because it was too much information to be able to set and give the formal information on Friday and go, okay, you're gonna vote Monday or Tuesday. Take the books home. I mean, there's, 2 or 3 major line items that we can work on. That's it. That's it.
Or my recommendation is, if we can't have 3 board members, but if you want to come into the office, and I invited Andrew to come in and meet with me and Lonzo to go through a lot of this, but any board member has the right to come in at any time and look through anything and everything. I would recommend that.
Thank you, Lonzo, for putting up with me on all.
You're welcome. Guys, if that's all the questions, then you want to give recess?
Yeah, we'll take about a 20-minute recess, and then we'll open up the regular board meeting. Bathrooms are here. Is that door
How
up?
are you?
Over here.
Well, how are
We
you?
got,
Yep, you see that? Let me show you how this is done.
One. Okay. Okay, everybody. I reckon. What is it? Close enough to 6, or is it 6 yet? It's 6 by my phone. So we want to welcome everybody here to the Board of Supervisors meeting. It looks like we've got a pretty full house, and welcome. I'm sure everybody's glad to see the flowers blooming and, you know, the weather. They say we're supposed to get another bad lick of weather, but hopefully that'll pass us quick, and all the beautiful weather that will come. And I was just introduced to a gentleman, Pastor Rodney Williams, and welcome. Welcome to our board meeting. I know we just had Caleb pray, but I'm going to ask Pastor Williams, because he's going to be coming to the board for the National Day of Prayer. But I want to ask everybody if they would stand, and would you lead us in prayer?
As we come to you again today in the name of Jesus, we just thank you for your love, your compassion, the concern that you have for each of our lives. And Lord, we are honored today, Lord, to stand in your presence and to know that you're still our God. And Lord, as we, this evening, as we come together as a community, Lord, as the Board of Supervisors, and we do the county's business, we just pray that you would give wisdom, that you give guidance, that you give us peace, that you give us understanding. That, Lord, when we all come together, we can leave this place today in unity and say, the Lord is great, and we honor him for all that he has done in our hearts and our lives. We ask this in the wonderful name of Jesus. And everyone saying amen. Amen. Praise the Lord.
Thank you, Pastor. We really appreciate that. And first, we're going to lead into presentations. I want to thank a good friend of mine and also a delegate of Virginia, actually a delegate that represents my area, Delegate Will Moorfield. We have Paul Inskeep and Preston Breeding from Pure Salmon. We're going to go ahead and let y'all do your presentation.
Well, thank you. Good evening. My name is Will Moorfield. All right, good evening. So my name is Will Moorfield. I'm a member of the Virginia House of Delegates. I represent the 43rd District. For several years, I represented the 3rd District, and so that includes Buchanan County, Tazewell County, Russell County, and Blaine County, and now Dickinson County. And so it's certainly been the honor of my life representing Southwest Virginia, as I know it is for our entire Southwest delegation, representing all of you in the General Assembly. But it's a pleasure to be here, and before I talk to you about the history of Project Jonah, it's now referred to as Pure Salmon. I want to give you a background of how that all came about, where it is today, and we have representatives from Pure Salmon who are with us today. We also have an engineer who is with us today, and then we also have the co-founder of 8F Asset Management, who is the entity that owns Pure Salmon and the project. And so I do have some good news. Many of you have probably read this in the papers, but we did have the veto session last week in Richmond on Wednesday, and we were successful in securing the governor's budget amendment to include the recent February storms in the Hurricane Helene package. And as you remember, Hurricane Helene devastated several localities in Southwest Virginia, and during the session, toward the end of the session, the recent February storms came in, and our hands were more or less tied. And so we went to the governor and asked the governor if he would be willing to include the recent storms in the Hurricane Helene package, and as a result, we were successful in doing that. Now remember, in the General Assembly, the Democrats control the majority and in the House and in the Senate. And the Speaker of the House, Don Scott, and the Chairman of Appropriations agreed to accept the governor's budget amendment on our request. Now, for those of you that don't know how the Southwest delegation of House and Senate members operate, we are viewed as pragmatic, common sense. We do our very best to put politics aside and solve problems. And that is exactly how we were able to get this budget amendment in the budget. And so we're extremely excited, particularly for farming communities. That budget language will include grant assistance for farmers for crop loss, also loss of fencing. And so the program will be very similar to what we provided for the Hurley and Whitewood communities from the 2001 flood, and then the flood that devastated Whitewood and the Bandy communities in Tazewell just a year later. And so we are confident that's going to provide significant relief. And just to give you an idea of what a big deal that is, Tennessee adopted a relief package that provided a rebate of 1 year of property tax for flood victims. What this program will do is provide a 100% grant for the local tax assessed value of that property for a complete loss, and will provide up to 50% for major damage. We're talking about tens of thousands of dollars in grant assistance that are going to go back to the local community, and it's going to go back to local farmers. And so I couldn't be more proud of the effort that all of our colleagues in the General Assembly made, and especially the Southwest delegation in securing that. And so now on to Project Jonah. So in 2013, I was invited with APAC, that is the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, to attend a delegation, or attend with a delegation on a trip to Israel. And the organization's purpose was to build a strong coalition with local and state and federal elected representatives in the United States and the country of Israel. And so we traveled to Israel, and I was absolutely amazed. It was just a memorable and inspirational trip for me. And anyone that hasn't been, I encourage you to go if you ever have the opportunity to do that. And so when I ran for office, I came back to the area. I come from several generations of coal miners on my dad's side of the family and farmers on my mom's side of the family. And for years growing up, I saw people leaving the area, especially people that had an opportunity to leave. And I ran for office because I wanted to make a difference. I wanted to be in a position where I could adopt policy that would attract new businesses to our area. And so when I was in Israel, I thought I would take advantage of that opportunity while being there, and I traveled all around the country, and I met with various companies that I thought would be interested in locating to Southwest Virginia. We met with a number of companies in various sectors, but primarily in the agriculture sector. And we were introduced to a company called Aqua Mayoff. Aqua Mayoff is a design technology company that builds aquaculture facilities all around the world. And we came back to the United States, and I felt like that if you can build a fish farm in the desert, in the Negev desert, you can build a fish farm in Southwest Virginia. And so one of my colleagues here, Tom Lester, we were discussing it one evening, and we thought, who would be a good partner for Aqua Mayoff to have? Because we wanted to vet this with someone who knew something about aquaculture in Southwest Virginia. So we introduced Aqua Mayoff to Virginia Tech's Corporate Research Center. And together, Virginia Tech and Aqua Mayoff put together a plan to build the world's largest tilapia facility. So the company created a United States entity and went out for a capital fundraise. Well, they proceeded with the capital fundraise. 1 year went by, 2 years went by, 3 years went by. They identified attractive property because one of the biggest challenges, as you all know, being in local office, and for everyone that's in the audience right now, it's very difficult to find large tracts of property in Southwest Virginia that you can develop. And so they identified a parcel of property, the old Richlands Airport in Tazewell County. And they purchased the property. The engineers determined that there was going to be a lot of permitting involved, the potential of flooding because that area had flooded in the past. And then the discussion of permitting from the Army Corps of Engineers came up. And so the company was then afraid that the Army Corps may not approve the permit to build an aquaculture facility there at the old Richlands Airport. So during that time, a new group, 8F Asset Management, approached the company to buy the project. They purchased the project, and so once again, they were left with the decision of, do we move forward on developing this project in a flood-prone area, or do we find another location? And so the engineers went to work. They were trying to identify a 200-tract parcel of property. They could not find one anywhere. And at the time was in Tazewell and Buchanan County. Originally, we wanted the site to be in Buchanan County, but there were no sites. And so the engineers were able to identify a parcel of property that was adjacent to Southwest Community College that was at the time owned by the Southwest Virginia Community College Foundation. So, but that wasn't 200 acres. That was roughly 80 acres, if I'm not mistaken. So over the next year and a half, there was a lot of negotiations and convincing that took place to encourage and convince those property owners to sell that property. And so over a period of about a year and a half, they sold the property, and the company then had 200 acres that they could develop. So one day I got a call. It was during the General Assembly session. A representative from 8F called and said, we are ready to start the project. We're ready to start moving dirt. So they started land preparation, and many of you remember all the work that was going on. 1.3 roughly million cubic yards of material were moved. They literally had to move an entire mountain. They got in there and realized that there was a tremendous amount of clay, and many of you who work with clay, it's very difficult to work with clay. So to give you an idea of the tanks, the immense weight of these indoor tanks, there has to be a very solid foundation. And so they had to go through a period of letting this soil settle because there was so much clay. They ran into caverns, they ran into caves. The company spent tens of millions of dollars more than originally anticipated to develop this property. So we have a lot of challenges in Southwest Virginia to bring new businesses to the area. You have utility rates. We have some of the highest utility rates in the entire region. And many of you know this, I am not on Appalachian Power's favorite list whatsoever. But when you're competing with utilities that are not far from us, for example, Bristol, Virginia Utilities, or even Dominion Energy, their utility rates per kilowatt hour are significantly lower than Appalachian Power. So one reason why you have such high utility rates is because Appalachian Power has not invested in any new generation capacity in recent years. All of that electricity is being produced in West Virginia and Ohio, and it's being transmitted here. So you have no new generation capacity. Another deterrent to attracting businesses to this area is that Appalachian Power requires a full security deposit on the infrastructure, the transformers, for major projects like this. And so Appalachian Power is going to require roughly a $19 million security deposit for this project. Now, they're going to recoup that money. They'll receive that money back. But $19 million being held up in a security deposit for 3 years is not very attractive when you're trying to attract outside investment to the area. But the company stayed committed to us. And so the company pulled the equipment off of the site to let the soil settle. And right about that time, 3 counties, Tazewell County, Buchanan County, and Russell County, agreed to create a revenue sharing agreement with the hopes of one day sharing the revenue for all major projects, or at least the projects that they were willing to participate in. Because in my opinion, and I know it's the opinion of several people in here, what's good for Russell County is good for Buchanan County, and what's good for Buchanan County is good for Russell County and Tazewell County. And so what we foresee is that, you know, larger projects that require a significant amount of investment, there's an opportunity for various counties to invest in. But we have the utility challenge, we have the infrastructure challenge, we have the lack of developable property available. And so with all of this being considered, the company is committed to this area. And also inflation. The cost of things have increased 3 times as much as they did when this project started. And so you could imagine there's a tremendous amount of increase in cost associated with this. You know, it doesn't matter if you're building a home or building a major facility. Everything is very, very expensive. But what has impressed me about this organization is their commitment to Southwest Virginia. And so I wanted you to know the history and the background and dispel any rumors that may be in the public. And one rumor that I do want to point out, and I want everyone in this room to remember this, and I want the press to print this, because for some reason the press never prints this, but very little local taxpayer dollars have been spent on this project to date. Very little local taxpayer dollars have been spent on this project. This company has spent nearly $80 million of private equity on this project. There has been no project in the history of Tazewell and Russell County that I'm aware of where a company has spent that amount of money. And so that should tell you something right there. They are committed. And so I do want to introduce you to representatives from the company. And I don't know how they want to do this in order, but we do have a representative.
I think we start, they have a presentation, so Paul and Kareem are online.
Okay.
And then maybe we start with the presentation and show people a visual of everything.
Okay. All right. And so, you know, we want for this to be a Q&A session. If you have any questions, please ask questions. But Mr. Ghanem, if you're available, I'll turn it over to you. Mr. Ghanem is a founding partner with VASAP Management. And if you could give a little history of yourself, and then we'll move forward on the presentation.
Sure. Good morning, Will. Thank you for this kind introduction. And thank you all for taking the time to hear us out this morning. I have one of my colleagues on the line, Paul Inskeep, who will also join in.
Recording in progress.
And Lala is also I think in the room with all of you. Just a bit of history. So ADAF, we are a private equity investment manager focused on sustainability and impact, and focus on aquaculture and building these salmon farms around the world today. We are, through our funds, the owner of the leading technology provider out of Norway that facilitates and enables the building and the production of the salmon and the trout and other types of fish. We set up the business in 2017, and Pure Salmon quickly thereafter in 2018, and have been committed to the key 4 projects that we have, which are in Japan, in Southeast Asia, in France, and of course in the US and in Virginia, as you all know. Paul, who is on the line, and apologies, we're both not in the US this week. He is the CEO of Pure Salmon Virginia. He's our lead individual. He's based in Virginia, and he's been intimately involved in the project from day one, so he can answer all of the questions around the land, the engineering work, all that's been, that Will gave a summary of. All I can say is today we are fully committed to seeing the projects through. This is an important project for us. Virginia, and the goal is to build the U.S. market for Pure Salmon with the project in Virginia, and as well as and Russell as the base for the U.S. I'll stop for questions. I think that's the key part here. Paul, I don't know if you want to add something.
No, I think that's fine. I think when we get to the presentation, there's some details there that I can speak to, but questions are okay.
Do we need to start the presentation?
Yes,
Can you?
Kareem, can you start the presentation? Because I think the screen was shared with you.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, and Kareem, we can jump to the second slide because it touches on everything Will had mentioned.
But we don't,
just
one
kinda-
second, Paul, we don't have the slides.
Yeah. No problem. No problem. I'll wait.
Yeah. I'll guide you,
One
because
second. I am trying, but it seems my Zoom is blocking me.
So on the Russell County side, I believe in Zoom you have to assign a presenter. So there's participants and presenters.
yeah, we're working on it.
Okay.
Okay, try it now.
While that's going on, I'll just give a brief introduction to myself. I was the first employee for the U.S. I started in 2021 and have been working with folks like Preston and Lala and a bunch of other folks here in Virginia, Will, Tom, for some time now. A bit of the background is, I started in what they call large and complex industrial projects. And in 2021, we did mobilize on site. And we'll go through kind of what we accomplished over the last couple of years. But, with that, there we go. I can see it. Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, so feel free to just jump to slide 2. And, so this, for those who haven't seen this, and we know that the project's a bit hidden behind Southwest Community College. Of course, the access road is going to help with that visual, so to speak. But behind that property, and as Will had mentioned, we have moved about the 1.3 million cubic yards of material over the last couple of years. And that's been a bit staged on purpose due to the soil conditions. And in 2021, when we investigated the soil, when we got the final engineering loads required due to the tank size and everything else, we selected a method that was not expeditious, but also, but it kept us in on a budget that, we could accept. And so, what that meant was we had to move a lot of material and place a lot of surcharge on top of the land to effectively force settling and expedite that process. So typically, if you were to just let the land settle for, hundreds of thousands of years, you would get that consolidation. This process, shortened that lead time up tremendously. And so in July 21, July 21, you can see that in the upper left and see our progress over the years. Many times in the winter we didn't work. That's because it's fairly inefficient to work in the clay-like material that's on site. And so we've got these photos kind of representing the summer months of every year. And in August of 24, which was kind of our last major move for the surcharge material, is when we, had plans to somewhat mobilize a team for the access road and the surcharge material at the same time. I think that we'll come back to that. It's a bit important in terms of timeline, but you can see just visually through that process, we've moved a tremendous amount of material, and we continue to monitor the site today to make sure that it's prepared and ready for construction. If you wouldn't mind just jumping through the next couple slides. The next bit is engineering 3D models, and then how that translates into construction photos for our Japan facility. So as Kareem had mentioned, we have multiple facilities throughout the world, and just so everybody understands, we do produce. These are some clips of the construction of the first building in Japan. So we have about 10 slides here of just photos, just to give everybody a visual. I think this, Kareem, if you wouldn't mind pausing here just quickly. This is some of the questions we get a lot about what the fish farm looks like, and how is the salmon grown, and we get a lot of comments about, hey, are the fish in small ponds? Are they in tanks? Are they like an aquarium structure? I think that this does a pretty good job of representing what we're looking at. And this is the smallest building. It only represents about 45,000 square feet of the several 100,000 square feet of production space in the larger buildings. But in there you can see somewhat the arrangement of our technology, the fish tanks, and before it's all wrapped up in a metal building. And again, this is Japan. This photo is a couple months old now. The building, as you saw just previously in the other slide, does have skin on it now. And if we progress, Kareem, to the next photo, please. And now we're progressing on the second set of buildings. This would be what we call Building B. We have a lot of different languages and a lot of different cultures in pure salmon, so you'll see a lot of this just A, B, C, D, just because it keeps things nice and easy. But the technical building use for Building A is what we call the hatchery. So the fish live there for a period of time before they will be transported to Building B, which is the post-smolt. And that post-smolt is where they get a little bigger before they go to what we call the pre-grout, which is Building C. You'll see the size and complexity of the buildings also get bigger. The pipe sizing specifically, the tanks will be bigger, of course, because the fish will be bigger. And just like feedlots, for cattle and the various different strategies there, there's a bio plan, so to speak, a stocking density, where we have somewhat calculated out what kind of space the fish need and how they grow into the next series of buildings. So, I think this is a good place to stop, Kareem, because the next one is just for reference. But we wanted to share, number one, the commitment. Number two, what we've done to date. Number three, some engineering models of the U.S. facility that we're using for construction estimates as we speak. And then, of course, number four, what the thing should look like when it's actually being constructed, just like our Japan facility. So I'm going to pause here and receive questions or, yeah.
Can you just address, because everybody is looking and saying, okay, when do we see concrete? Can you just explain that this is basically going the other way around? You have layers of pipes underground, and maybe you can explain that the sequence of construction is just different here?
Yeah, that's a good point, Lala. So, if we could back up just one slide, or actually, this one's okay. Let's just leave it right here. The construction method, if you look at our fish facility and the farm, and even just general aesthetics of the facility, it looks very simple, right? It looks very, very simple from the outside. But what no one realizes is the time and I would say that the technology and the complexity of the project is below grade. And this is only compounded by our soil conditions. And as well, if you notice here in Japan, the soil is very stable. You can make very clean cuts through the soil without a lot of layback. You can't do that in Virginia. So a lot of the definitions of construction are wrapped around concrete or building steel or electrical gear. And that's just not how fish farms are built. It's always started below grade, and that below grade work is quite extensive and expensive. And And so what you're seeing here is a completed building on the very top of the picture, and what one looks like, as we start laying out the cuts for the piping. And then if we go back to slide 10, which is the next slide, Kareem, you can see we've spent quite a bit of time just in this building, and we're nowhere even near done, to be honest, laying the pipe work of the first building in Japan, or the same building in Japan. And so there'll be months of time where we are focused on pipe, and which is absolutely critical to our system. And our system is completely hydraulic in most cases. So once you pump it up the water in one place, it hydraulically flows to the rest of the system. So the piping has to be done to a very high standard, as well as focused around the challenging site conditions we have, here in the U.S. I hope that helps all of.
And just so to summarize everything, the buildings actually are the last structure that comes up. The building wraps around the tanks, which are coming after all the underground infrastructure is completed.
Yeah, and just for reference, we're talking 20 miles of piping underneath these structures. It's not a small amount, and the largest pipe is nearly 3 feet in diameter.
Okay. Do you want to see if anyone has questions?
Anybody from the board have any questions in regards to?
I do.
Okay.
So how many of these do you guys have up and going right now?
Can you hear the questions?
And where are they?
Can you hear the questions?
No, very, very faintly.
Okay, so Ms. Teradai asked, how many of those buildings do you have running now? And what was it?
Well,
And
how many farms do you have up and operational, and where are they located?
And where are they located?
So from an operational perspective, for Pure Salmon specifically, Japan will be the first operational farm. But the technology side, so Pure Salmon Technology, has built 21 operational farms, all in Europe, between Norway and mainland, kind of the mainland European, so Denmark, Switzerland. So the technology has built 21 of those that operate today on budget, on scale.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anyone else? I'll just repeat the question so they can hear. Anyone else?
Thank you.
Sure.
I have a question about the concrete piping. So you're going to lay the piping, and then you'll put the building on top of the piping?
So the Rebecca Dye asked, she wanted clarification about the piping and the concrete and the building. And the question was, are you laying the piping first and then you building the building and everything on top of the piping?
That is correct, yes.
And it's many layers of piping, one above the other. It's
correct.
How many feet underground? It's what, more than 10 foot underground, correct?
Yeah, the lowest point of piping is about 15 feet below grade, and an average is right around 12 feet.
What's this pipe made out of?
The black pipe, yes, I was able to hear that last, sorry.
Okay.
The black pipe is high-density polyethylene, so it's HDPE for short. It's fairly common in industrial applications. It's effectively a plastic pipe like PVC, but welded, not glued, and a lot more flexible and a lot more robust than a PVC.
I have another question about the time frame.
Sure.
So Japan is just now being built. When did you guys start that? And what's the time frame for them to be up and going?
Okay, so question about timeline, for instance, taking Japan into account, when was the construction in Japan started and when will the facility in Japan be operational?
Sure, I'll take that. So the Japan building A was started in summer 23. I'm confusing with the dates. 23. However, we on purpose slowed down the construction of building A because we didn't have the full funding in place. Now in Japan, Japan, the full funding is in place, so everything is going full steam ahead. And we expect the first fish out for commercial sale to be around the September, October 2027 period. Eggs, because it starts with eggs, will go into the buildings, into building A towards the fourth quarter this year. And it takes about 2 years to go from an egg to a 5-kilo fish.
And with regards to that, what is time frame with this one?
And so in regards to that, what's the time frame here with this facility, here in Virginia?
So in Virginia, the goal is slightly different than in Japan, because we intend to have all the funding in place, and therefore from start of construction to first egg, Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're looking at about 3.5-year time period from the time pipes start, hitting being laid in the ground.
Until you have the fish out, is that what you mean?
Until we have the fish out, correct.
So 3.5 years from the moment you start laying the first pipe until you have the fish out.
Okay, so with that, what's the time frame from now to when you expect it to actually be operational so you can move those eggs in?
Did you hear the question? The question was, the question was, so then what is the time frame by when you expect it to be operational in Virginia? If it's about 3.5 years, so when do you expect the fish out in Virginia, or was it 2028?
I think, Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think...
I can take it. I can take it. Yeah. So the idea here is to have construction piping starting and obviously earthwork restarted in Q3, Q4 this year. And that means we should have fish. The goal would be to have it by the very, very tail end of 28, very early 29.
Is the ground stable up there now?
Is the ground stable up there now?
Portions of it are. Portions of the soil still need time. We do have what we call monitoring or settling plates, where we monitor the compaction of the soil. And most of the places that we had placed soil back in 2023, those areas have been fully compacted and are ready to go. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean every acre up there that we plan to construct on is ready. So we'll still have a tremendous amount of earthwork start once we get re-engaged.
How much linear footage of water and sewer do you have on this site now in Russell County?
How much what? Linear footage?
Linear foot of water and sewer.
How many?
Water and sewer do you have on the Russell County side now?
How much linear footage of water and sewer do you have on the Russell County side now? Do you know?
I don't really understand the question, to be honest.
What?
How much?
Okay, Preston's going to take that. Go ahead.
Tazewell, our partners in Tazewell County right now are actively advertising a construction contract for water and sewer that'll tie water and sewer in along the roadway that we're talking about here tonight. But it'll tie to Russell County and Tazewell all together there along Route 19. So right now, there is no water and sewer there at all. And so the plan is to connect water up the access road. There's also a pump station at the top of that, so we have to collect that wastewater and release it slowly back into the plant there in Wardale. The plan is to treat the wastewater in Wardale.
So you have a building already on this site?
No, ma'am. There's Wardale. Tazewell County has a wastewater treatment plant.
No, are there any buildings on the site at Salmon?
They're still in the photos, still doing the site prep. And as Paul mentioned, part of the area has settled. And in 2023 and in 2024, we moved surcharge. So we monitor that monthly. Our firm monitors the settlement of the field. And I studied geotechnical engineering, and I'll be the first to say I'm always amazed when it works. Because there's a lot of uncertainty with it, but actually it's performed exactly as the engineers thought it would. And so what we're doing, the work, the tens of millions of dollars that they spend is to promote the settlement. Because as you've seen, you know, with tanks and all this piping is gonna be below grade. And, you know, if it springs a leak, it's not like we can get in the crawl space and fix it. Okay, so once we put this stuff in the ground, and it has to be relatively maintenance-free. The key to that for this location is the soils don't need to settle. And so what's going on today, people ask me all the time, when's this project gonna start? We're 5 years into this. We spent almost $80 million. You can see the photos. You just can't see it from the road. So people don't know that this is ongoing. But what it did is and what surcharge means is right now the rough elevation where the building is gonna go has 30 feet of clay on it. That 30 feet is just a weight. It's like putting a dumbbell on a marshmallow. Okay? That's real high-tech engineering we've explained before, but what we've done is we've squeezed that clay. So when we take that 30 feet off and they put a building or a tank there, that soil head says, hey, you know, I'm used to having 30 feet of soil on me. I can handle that much weight. So we're preloading it. We're pre-stressing it. We're making that settlement occur. The other thing that involved a lot of money, and you saw in those photos, there's a lot of gravel there. And so in order for clay to settle, it settles when the water comes out of it, right? And that lets that soil compact. Well, if the water comes out of it, it's got to go a long ways through clay, and we know water doesn't travel well through clay. So they put in wicks, which are like wick in a candle. They put them every 10 feet on their side. We drilled for months. And those wicks mean that when that clay gets compressed and the water squeezes, the water only has to go 5 feet to find the wick. And when it gets to the wick, surface into the gravel and out it goes. That's what's allowing that settlement to occur so quickly. So we're taking that material and we started out the original contract and we put it in the first building where the tanks were going to go. They monitored it for about a year. A good portion of that settled. We picked it up, moved it to the next building. We got to do that at least 2 more times. But what's out there now is about 30 feet higher than where the building will ultimately end up. But it's performing as it should, but it's going to take some more time. And as Paul said, the goal is to start in the 3rd or 4th quarter this year in those areas, the first areas that we loaded and settled. And then we'll still be moving clay, one contractor, and behind that contractor, somebody's working on piping. Behind that contractor, somebody will come in and build on the building pieces. So, but the water and sewer is designed, Tazewell County took the lead on that piece. There is some water and sewer that's in these roadway plans. We're working through the best way to do that. We've talked to some funding sources for that. It's not part of this contract that you're voting on today. So.
It was said that it's intended to start, or the funding was intended to be in place to start right away. What does that mean, intended?
I couldn't hear.
Intended. The
Could you
funding.
repeat? I'm sorry.
The funding is intended to be there to start this project right away. Does that mean the funding's not there currently? It's still being sourced? What does that mean?
Kareem, did you hear the question?
In other words, is it 100% funded?
Can you please repeat it?
So you said the funding is intended to be in place, so they asked, Mr. Nathan Kaiser asked if you can expand on that. So what's in place, what's the timeline, and is all the funding in place? I mean, if you can talk about the timeline for the funding and how you and when you intend to close on it and how it maybe ties into the bonds. You can also maybe talk about the state bonds and everything. Do you mind?
Yeah, so as Will said, there's $80 million already invested in and on the property and in the company. So that funding has already been put in place and deployed. The rest of the equity funding, while not yet closed, and I'll explain why we're unable to close it right now, is fairly readily available, if I can use that term, but cannot be closed until what we call the project is fully funded. And by that mean we need to be able to issue the bonds that have been put in place. And for that we need to finalize some of the engineering work that Paul is working on to have final construction contracts signed and in place. was kind of the sequence of events, and so the quote-unquote equity comes at the end of that, and we hope all that gets done in the remaining 2025 period, which is in parallel to getting all the road works and access done, because that will be also important to finalize in order to be able to start the building and the construction. Or if you want to add to that?
So you have the private equity ready to go, just you don't have it secured until, sounds like you close the loopholes that are there for the road, contracts.
Yes.
That's what I was gonna
I can
ask.
add a little color to that, Lala,
If you
Yes,
have
it's
200, if you have $200 million worth.
One second, he was, sorry, go ahead, Paul.
yeah, just add a little bit of color on kind of the funding, the way it works. It's kind of like when you buy a house, you have all the, the buyer, the bank, and the seller, at the table on the same day. And so you can have pieces of the bank worked out, or pieces of the buyer worked out, or pieces of the seller worked out independently, but it doesn't really count. And that's what Kareem is referring to. You've got to come to the table at the same time with the fixed price, fixed schedule, and everything else. And that's kind of just typical rules of engagement for this large of a bond. Hope that helps.
Okay. How much of the bonds do you have secured? What amount do you have? Because I know that you sold.
300, how much is it? It's 301 million, Paul?
Have you got all your bonds?
That's right.
Are they all on the table? I know you went through.
It's from the state.
Yeah, through the state, and
Yeah.
all the money's there. The 300 million, all the bonds have been bought.
Yeah, 300. Yeah,
Yeah, not used, but are staged.
yeah, because everything that has been used to date is from actual money from the company. Should we maybe address? Go ahead.
I just want to clarify one thing. The 300 million does not come from the state. So it's not the state who's lending us 300 million. The state has allocated what they call a tax exempt allocation on the bonds, but the bonds are actually going to be placed with private investors. So the capital on the bonds actually comes from a number of investors that are either public companies, insurers, financial investors, etc. So the 300 million does not come from the state.
Thank you.
Per se.
Yeah. Should we address the, for instance, the initial tax revenue to the localities and the number of employees?
That was going to be my next question. How many jobs are we looking
Okay.
at?
So, Paul, do you want to talk about, do you want me to mention a few numbers? I mean, how would you like to proceed?
Yeah, I don't want to go into specifics on revenue numbers publicly or EBITDA or, anything like that. But for sure, it's a fairly, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't profitable. And number two, for the employee count, we're looking at over 200 employees to operate this facility. So it's not a small job center either. And they're usually, the requirements are a bit technical.
Yeah, and Lana, just to be clear, these are direct jobs. This is not taking into account all the indirect jobs that will be hopefully created by the construction, all the ecosystem around the facility, housing, food, schools, etc., that these 200 plus employees bring to the table.
Right, I was going to say that. That's just the direct employees, doesn't include, the cleaning companies and other, they're just a lot of additional.
You have an estimated average salary for employees there?
The average estimated salary per employee, do you know, Paul? Do you know by?
I do, but I'm not going to share that.
Okay.
It's good for the area.
Yeah.
But no, I'm not going to share that.
Okay.
Did you all have trouble getting funding for the Japan project? Was it delayed in any way?
Was there a problem getting funding for the Japan project? Was it delayed? I think, Kareem, maybe you speak about what was published in the article, how ingenious the funding was and how it was the first time that something like that was done. Maybe you could address that, or you don't? How would you like to proceed?
Yeah, look, I think that nothing really ingenious, Lala. So the funding in Japan happened in a bit like the U.S. Frankly, we had funding from our first private equity vehicle that invested about a similar amount in the Japan, in the Japan project. We then went out and raised, a bit like the U.S., 3 different tranches of funding, one of equity, one of debt, and one of preferred equity. Japan is structurally different. There is no bonds. There's banks in Japan still do what they're traditionally supposed to, which is lend to projects. So the lending or the bond equivalent in Japan is bank loans. But generally speaking, we managed to get that done in more or less similar timing as the U.S. project. And again, like the U.S., it all came together once we had all the construction pricing contracts in place, so that the lending, the loan, the bank loans, etc., would then become valid, which then kind of triggered the equity to come in and be finalized. The project size from a total dollar perspective will be approximately the same in the U.S. that it is in Japan.
So it's the same type of fish in Japan that will be here?
Is it the same type of fish in Japan that will be here?
Close, but not exactly the same. So in Japan, we're doing Atlantic salmon. In the U.S., we're doing steelhead trout, and that's really mainly driven by the inflation on construction pricing in the U.S. versus Japan.
Are you familiar
Did I
with
hear you
steelhead
correct?
trout?
He said steelhead trout.
It's the one that looks red. It's the one that's next. If you go to Costco, you have the red one that's a salmon. The other red one is the steelhead trout, so they look about the same. Yeah.
How many employees does Pure Salmon currently have?
How many employees does Pure Salmon currently have?
Globally, today, close to 200.
How many employees do you have at the Southwest Community College in Richlands?
How many, Paul, how many do we have in Pure Salmon, Virginia, employees?
Yeah, we're a small team in Virginia. We primarily rely on contractors and construction packages that way. So if you look at the team in terms of the full umbrella to execute this project, we're talking hundreds of people, but it's managed by a fairly small team that's Pure Salmon direct.
This may be a question for Mr. Breeding. How quickly are you all ready to get started on the road?
Glad you asked. We're about 8 months behind schedule. Gentleman in the back from DEQ would second that. We've been he's doing his job. We were ready to start this last summer. I handed over the design, the quantities, everything you need for that contract last June. Met with County Administrator, Mr. Breeding, Mr. Eaton on site in July. Explained the project to their engineer. Gone through 2 rounds of procurement. Still not perfect, but we're the only ones that bid because I'm probably the only one in the world knows what needs to be done. The thing you guys probably don't know about this road is it's 90% built as part of the project, because as part of the initial project we had to move a lot of material there. We moved it quickly and we needed it for some fill. Didn't have a lot of engineering on it. We had 4 or 5 borings over 2/3 of a mile. Wasn't near enough we did the best we could with what we had. Slopes have slipped. And it's because you can't, I mean, we've all seen it in Russell County, you can't predict the top of limestone. And so literally we've got a high wall down to 19. And as you drive by there, there's only about 50 feet that we actually have to excavate to make the connection to 19. And that's what we're asking the county to help with, is that piece of the roadway.
Y'all met in July?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
and Lonzo and David and Steve?
And their engineer from Thompson and Litton. And we provided, Pure Salmon provided the county the design for the roadway, because it was part of the overall design for the project. Pure Salmon's also allowed us to work, this roadway will be built under the existing Pure Salmon DEQ permit. VASAP, who I'm an engineer for VASAP as well as 3B, it's a lot of hats. But VASAP has an agreement in place with Pure Salmon in order to, any material that comes off the roadway is waste. It's all waste material. You don't need any fill on the roadway. You have to have somewhere to put it off the right of way of the roadway. So we reached out to Pure Salmon, reached an agreement where we'll take the material off the roadway project and put it on the campus, as we say, as part of the building project. That material is needed too because the slopes are unstable. We hydroseed them every month. We beg DEQ for patience, and they've given us every ounce they have. But we need to lay the slopes back to a flatter slope so that they're stable. VDOT won't accept the roadway until we do. So the first step is to lay those slopes back. The second step is to make the connection to 19 and then put the base course of asphalt. To date, there's access to the project from College Estates Road. And that works well for gravel trucks, concrete trucks, and things like that. As we move into this piping, you're going to see a lot longer trucks, bringing in 40-foot pieces and longer. And so as the structural pieces of piping things come in, we can't come in that way. The grade's too steep. So this connection to 19 is critical. So
I'm looking on this project manual here that's in our packet.
1 second, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but they have a hard stop coming up and they have to leave. Do you still have any questions for them, or can we just continue now with the actual road and everything? I'm here if you have questions, I'm still here. But are you more or less done with those specific questions? Yeah?
Yeah, does anybody have any other questions? Well, we want to thank those that came online to participate with us. We're really grateful.
Kareem and Paul, can you hear?
Yeah, we can hear.
Okay, so they thanked you. They said that the rest of the questions between Preston and myself and then Delegate Moorfield maybe we can answer. So they thanked you for coming online, and we'll continue here. Okay?
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. We look forward to moving this project forward.
Thank you. Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
thank you,
Thanks.
guys.
There's a thing, it says there was a mandatory pre-bid conference on site here at the conference center. Who was at that meeting on December the 18th?
That meeting was actually held on site on the project location. We met along Route 19. All the bidders, that was actually a question that I asked, where was the meeting going to be held? We met on site. There were a number of contractors who attended the meeting. I asked several pointed questions during that meeting to point out some issues. And as a result of that, the county issued an addendum to extend the bid period for about a month so that they could look into some of the questions that I asked.
So was it contractors building the road?
Yes, it's a pre-bid for anyone who may be interested in bidding. So it was advertised on your website. I think there were maybe half a dozen. Yeah.
But the meeting that happened in July, the Board of Supervisors approved the first initial release of the contract on September the 4th. We went out and, as based off the Thompson-Litton estimate and what we had done, before we could, pull back the project before the bid was complete, we pulled it back because VDOT had concerns about the slopes. We didn't have enough issues in there, and we pulled the project back. Then we went back and retweaked with Thompson-Litton, and Preston will tell you, we went back on the line items and looked at what would be essential to be able to move the project forward. And then we went out and began in the bid in December with that initial bid that the board approved. We put it to the street. We showed up at the mandatory site visit. These issues came up. The contractors wanted additional time, so we extended the contract until then. And now we're where we're at today. Did I miss anything, Preston?
No, sir. There's been a lot of difficulty with the plans, just to be honest. The plans were developed by one firm. The county's retained a second firm, and you get into a lot of professional responsibility, and so it's a difficult process.
Different opinions.
And I'm not saying that to point fingers at anyone. I'm just saying that it's difficult. But even though it's difficult, it's still much cheaper than the county procuring their own design. And it saves significant funds having that available to you.
So when would it be started?
Well, we're waiting on a notice to proceed from the county.
And then,
that,
once you receive that,
actually, 3B, my engineering company, is working on site. I worked there this weekend. So we're working there now for Pure Salmon to fix DEQ problems. So we're working every day. I mean, I've worked the last 4 weekends. I work during the week every chance we get, but I'm balancing, $200 million bridge job too.
yeah.
So,
What kind of, is there equipment on site? What
yeah,
kind of, what are we looking
equipment on
at?
site. Right now, the priority is fixing sinkholes. We had, after Hurricane Helene came through, we had 6 sinkholes open up. Got the last one finally dug out, filled back in Friday. With me outside of it, which was a big plus. It was a big one. But that was a priority because we had to get those sealed up so that we didn't lose stormwater into the aquifer. And so that's been the priority. We seeded about 15 acres of temporary seed 2 weeks ago, and we're hope by the end of this week to put about 15 more acres down. So the focus right now on the Pure Salmon side is to bring the permit into compliance with DEQ. But a big piece of that is getting these slopes fixed. So the process right now is the county has submitted some information to VDOT. They're running through their process. One of those is environmental check, which should be simple because we're using Pure Salmon's permit that's in place. I have to modify it, but we'll take care of that. We got to add a little bit of acreage for where the slopes go lay back. That wasn't originally in the limits of disturbance, so we're going to add that acreage. But as soon as VDOT gives the okay, Lonzo will issue the C5, which is the notice to proceed. BizAc, they call every day. My boss asks me, when are we going to start? When are we going to start? So we're ready to go. The BizAc work for the roadway, BizAc was the low bidder for the roadway. And as soon as that starts, we're going to start on the slope layback, and that material will go to help address drainage around where the sinkholes develop, because it's just too flat. We left some areas flat in those initial stages that should have had a little better drainage. So we're going to take that material. Then we'll also be drilling and shooting rock down by 19. We'll be working with our great sheriff to do some rolling roadblocks in off-peak hours just to keep the public back as we drill and shoot that area. It'll be very gentle blasting. We're going to do it very controlled. We're going to end up pecking all of it. But we're going to blast it, and then we're going to have to peck it all, and then hopefully we can still load it. But it literally is just to fracture it because it's too dangerous otherwise.
When do you think VDOT will have their environmental study done?
We're thinking in the next 10, 15 days at the most. They've had it for at least a week now.
Yeah.
I believe you sent it last Monday.
Yeah.
So we're talking 30 days, 60 days, 90
30
days?
days. This is how we're going to sign 30 days, no problem.
Okay.
We're ready to go. They're ready to go.
That's all I wanted to know.
Yeah. And we're continuing, the Highland Stone work that is through our construction side, we're continuing to work. We've committed to DEQ Pure Salmon that we will not stop until the problems are fixed. And that's mainly building ditches and because what we're trying to do is stabilize that site until the fall. Because you heard Kareem and Paul state that the plan is in third and fourth quarter to pick up site work. So there's this roadway piece which we need you to help us with. Get the access in, and then as those building elevations are finalized, there's going to be moving that surcharge again. And so the building contractor shows up, where do you work?
Is that BZAC moving the surcharge?
Probably, well, we hope it will be.
Right.
We hope it will be. I mean, that million yards all gets moved again.
Well,
And BizAc's probably best suited to do that, and we know the challenges up there. You know, sometimes you raise the truck bed and it stays full of clay. And we've had to take excavator to unload the trucks, load it and unload it. Sometimes it's that bad. But thankfully, we've been there, and BizAc did the original work. So the same superintendent's coming back to do this round for us.
yeah.
Well, I will tell you this, after our initial meeting, I'll give kudos to the county administrator because he was able to obtain a grant through VDOT to help a large percentage of that, and I'll let Mr. Lester speak on that, what we've been able to do, and then from the Coal Road Fund, Mr. Andrew down here was able to work with us too to get this project off the ground and get it moving in the right direction so we can start construction. There's nobody, I don't think, in this room that don't want to see jobs and job creation. We need that more than anything.
Yeah.
David, that led me to a question that I had about this. I noticed at their March 11th, the Coal Road Advisory Committee approved $273,000 for Phase 1 of the Pure Salmon. I thought we did $150 for the turn lane. Is this 273 in addition to the 150?
No, the original 150 that was approved by the coal severance board was the original application with the $850,000 that was given by VDOT to come to $1 million. Then we went out with bids, like I said, in September, and the numbers were coming in high because of the slopes, and that's why we killed the contract and went back to rebid, reworked the line items to get it workable within our budget that we could be able to afford, along with the VDOT grant and the coal severance money to be able to work this project. One of the things that the biggest investor in this is actually VDOT. They have an $850,000 in this, and they will have an inspector on this. I've had conversations with VDOT and, of course, DEQ. Jeff, I know you're back there trying to hide, but these people will be invited to this meeting. This will be in conjunction with the state agency moving around simultaneously as we progress through the road. In addition, we've also secured $200,000 on July the 1st from the Cumberland Plateau Planning District for the water and sewer component. So we removed those line items. That was some of the line items that we removed from the original budget that was in the September bid. So,
Could I just add one thing? Again, I think Will started off, make sure everybody knew. And I took note that he said very little public money, and we were whispering. The only public money that's been spent is, Tazewell County, Russell County, Buchanan County boards, advising and legal fees and looking at IDA forming, that kind of thing. None of that money went to the site. Okay, nothing's been spent there. So I think that's important. Just want to clarify. The other thing is this money from VDOT, it's $850,000 out of the Industrial Access Road Fund. And that means that's not money that the supervisor could allocate to pave my driveway, my road up in Ridgewood. Right, it's not $850,000 that we could have for Russell County paving somewhere. Okay, it's not eligible for that. It's for Industrial Access Road. It's what this project's for. So we're really coming down to here, we're asking Russell County to put in $423,000 total on top of that $850 to get your 1273.
all right.
I've put more money in this project in 12 years than that.
Well,
And I want to point out something. I have my notes here. It's at a call center. It's not some light industrial access. You don't spend hundreds of millions of dollars to build a fish farm and leave in 10 years. Okay? This is a project we need to be behind. They put $80 million in our community. That paid construction workers, truck drivers, concrete going in. That's employed Russell County people, Tazewell County people. Didn't come from these guys. Didn't come from Tazewell County. Came from their company because they picked this site and they're investing in the community. This is the kind of project that transforms an economy. The only thing I've likened it to is when they brought Eastman in, because this has a chance to transform our economy from coal and tobacco to aquaculture. Right? It could be that big. And all I know is, thank God, there was no Facebook whenever they wanted to bring Eastman to Kingsport. Or they probably wouldn't have built that either. Now, I get just as aggravated as everybody else, but guys, these projects that we've seen come and go from the county, 10 years later, the county ends up with a building, and that's worth something. 10 years later, you end up with a workforce that's been trained in something. IT, call center, whatever it may be, and those are something to be proud of. But they go, and they go somewhere else, and they get 10 years of tax breaks over there. 10 more years they move. That's their business model. That's fine. You don't spend $400, $500, $300, whatever it's going to be, a whole bunch of millions of dollars. You can't pick up those tanks and 20 miles of piping. It's a 100-year lifespan. And it's going to breed all these side businesses and industries. And, you know, like they take we didn't touch on it here, but they take the scrap product and make pet treats. They're selling pet treats on Chewy.com right now. And so there's going to be all kinds of other, opportunities for Russell County folks, Tazewell County folks, to, fertilizer. You know, it's going to be so much opportunity. And feed that goes in. You got to put feed into the fish to grow them. You know, and that's why we picked the Tobacco Commission region. And Will brought up, we started in Doran Bottom. I looked at 33 sites from Lee County to Bluefield. And we looked at where does Tobacco Commission overlay, where does VASAP overlay? Because you get double the opportunity. And that is public money. It hadn't been spent. But if this project goes, they will get some benefit from those organizations. That's what they're there for. But if you can start growing some wheat, whatever goes into feed, I don't even know what to feed them, but we don't have it here, I know that. Grow some of that in those old tobacco fields, that'd be great. But these mining jobs, my dad's a retired miner. This building's it's about the size of 4 Walmarts. And when it comes down at the end of the day, it's full of pumps, electric motors, piping.
Machine and tool.
I mean, my dad would eat that up. That's what coal miners do. Every day, fix those kinds of problems. Those are the jobs that are created. Right? This is something we ought to be all in here begging these folks to support. But we haven't got anything yet. And today we're asking you to help us, because that $850 can't come to Pure Salmon. As much as they'd like to give it to us. I mean, we got the road designed. We're sitting there with the contractor. We could already had it done. It's got to come through you guys. It's got to be publicly advertised, and somebody's got to get it. It has to be administered. That's all we need. We just need to use you. To be blunt.
You told us that it was industrial, and that's true. It's not for me to pave any roads in my district. It's not. It's for industrial. So with that being said, if there's no business there in 5 years, who has to pay the $850,000 back to VDOT?
Well, but I think we heard an hour presentation of we're starting at the end of the year.
You've been doing it since 2012.
Well, Pure Salmon didn't come on board to 4 or 5 years ago when they started.
So how long is it going to take 30 feet to go down the clay? How long is it going to take for 30 feet?
We've got areas ready now, small areas. But by the end of this year, over half of the building pads will be ready for footings. But you don't go start out there day one on the whole thing. You start in one area. We know the order of those buildings now. What we don't know is the precise elevation. We're within 5 feet of knowing where we're at.
But go back to my
Russell
question.
County's on the hook. You agree to this contract. The roadway, you've committed to VDOT that you're going to build this roadway.
And we're going to have industry there, and in 5 years, who has to pay it back if there's nothing there?
Well, I'm assuming that's Russell County. Okay. Just like you would any other industrial project that comes to Russell County or Tazewell County, anywhere else. Guys, what better industry would you like to take a gamble on?
I'm like you, I'm a farmer, so I have no idea.
So as a representative, I want to mention something. When Pure Salmon took the project over in 2019, they started moving dirt with every year. They started moving dirt. The geological study, the initial one, showed much more rock than what actually found. So no one expected this to take 3-4 years for the soil to settle. No one expected sinkholes. The total cost and estimate for the soil work was around 15 to 20 million maximum, I think.
I think we're closer to 25, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's double that.
Yeah, it's double that.
And they have continued, and they have stayed here, and they have continued to do all of that. I don't know anyone who puts 80 million because they promised you on the day they took the project over, and the person, Kareem, I don't know which one of you remembers when he came to the airport, to the Tazewell airport. You were there, it's the same gentleman. And he came and he said, we're going to build, and within a year they started moving dirt. And if not, it's costing them, I think, more than anything else, because otherwise, within a year and a half, they would have started moving and building the buildings. And they're still committed because they said they are. If they wanted to, they could have stopped, gone and built it somewhere flat. I don't know, Hampton Roads and other places. They wouldn't have had the additional $40, $50 million in cost.
There was
So
a
if
no-go,
that's-
there was a decision made, a go-no-go decision made on this site before that $50 million was spent.
Yeah.
And they elected to go. And Paul mentioned in his presentation that they took what I would consider as an engineer, a rather conservative route. But when you're dealing with those types of numbers and investors, you have to be sure that you can guarantee that the tanks will not settle, the piping will not settle, and that's why we couldn't go to Buchanan County. Will mentioned that early on. I looked at Southern Gap extensively, but anywhere there's a reclaimed mine, that was the issue, was settlement. So when they commit $80 million, I mean, if you think about it from a business perspective, if they walk away from that, they're not gonna get funding for another project in the world. Because this then becomes a black eye for them. They're committed to this, we're working, we're ready to go. But right now is not the time to start the building. It's just not, the clay's not ready. It will be at the end of the year.
Mr. Breeding, you mentioned sinkholes. Is that going to be an issue moving forward? Because you said you didn't expect it.
We did
you
expect
know,
it, but not, it was, so we did preliminary drilling. I think we drilled about 25 borings on the original college foundation site. Most of those borings encountered rock, encountered limestone. So when we put out, I developed the original contract, we sought out contractors who could move rock. Well then, Pure Salmon's design build team came in, I did the preliminary, they came in, and they went out and drilled another 60 or 70 holes. And they did a lot of geophysical work where they did soundings and look. And so what we found was we started finding places between the rock, and there were sinkholes on site day one. When they bought the property, we could see sinkholes. So we knew they were there. What we did anticipate was at depth, you know, at 100 feet down, normally it firms up a little more than what we've seen on this particular site. So what they did is they pumped in what we call low mobility grout. It's just like really cheap concrete. And you put that in there and it stiffens up those soils. And so it's all about risk allocation. I don't expect any problem with sinkholes in the building areas. Because in the building areas, we've injected millions of dollars of grout, and we're surcharging, so we're eliminating the settlement issue. Outside the building area, it's not as critical. I've worked on Walmarts, two Walmarts in our region that had sinkholes open up on the opening day, both Whitful and Kingsport. We had to put shopping carts around it and yellow caution tape. But it's not a big deal. I mean, yeah, it's unfortunate, but you're not going to spend tens of millions of dollars to firm up your parking lot. So yeah, there could be down the road there's going to be areas for lay down for storage, things of that nature. I don't think the plan is to spend that amount of money in those areas. But in the building areas, I don't expect quite anything.
And Preston, and the way they addressed it is also they shifted the location of the
Yeah,
project.
the building is shifted
The location, because
significantly.
it was more in Tazewell County and it has moved more to you. So that was also one of the reasons that came because of the actual location of those.
Yeah.
So that has been.
The building is completely in Russell County now.
The building started out completely in Tazewell.
As
now it's
completely in Russell.
And it's turned 90 degrees from the original layout.
Yeah, because of that. So
We've been
that is-
chasing dirt, good dirt.
Lonzo, I guess this is for you, because on page 135 of this attachment A, you've got Valley Heights subdivision, the condition of obligation, and at Valley Heights. So I don't think that has anything to.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, 135.
Yes,
Yeah.
on page.
Well, as Preston will tell you, that was based off a VDOT contract that I did there. That was just an oversight, but that will not change the terms or the condition of the contract. This was bid under a VDOT spec contract. So, because again, VDOT's got 850,000 in it, VDOT has inspectors on it, VDOT is doing the slopes and the road, and they will bring it, and it's another thing that Preston, I'll elaborate on a little bit more. When this road is built, when it's completely done, it will become a VDOT road. AEDA will not, it is not owned by Pure Salmon. It will be owned by the Virginia Department of Transportation. So,
Pure Salmon donated
donated all
the
the
land
property
for the project.
Yes, VDOT will own the road. Second thing is, during this, the Board of Supervisors, when this project first started, we have what we got with the Tazewell County, Buchanan County, and Russell County. We have what we call a revenue sharing agreement, because it's sitting in two counties. One county wanted to participate. You don't get just the revenue. As the revenue sharing agreement agrees to, it's net. So any cost that we incur will be shared by the other two counties. Now, will tell you, Delegate Moorfield will tell you, now Tazewell County is coming in with the water and sewer, and they're coming in with grants, but they also get to pick up the colleges and the rest that will benefit other residents and other subdivisions with water and sewer there. So this has been worked through multiple county, where Russell County is designated, since it's all in Russell County, to build the road. Tazewell County, now that it has shifted, is doing the water and sewer. It's a team effort between the three counties. Buchanan can help from an infrastructure, but it can help from a financial perspective.
And to your point, the fact that the company is going to put 18 million down for the electric and have a substation, at
Yes.
the end of the day, it will also help the other businesses around and others, because there'll be electricity and more electricity available. So that's also something. The company is actually somehow going to help others.
And it's 19 million, and we're giving them the 5 acres.
You have to donate to 5, that's what they told us.
Mr. Lester, I have a question for you. So we've heard how much that the Pure Salmon has put into it. We've heard how much VDOT and all that. How much has Russell County put into it? I know obviously not to Pure Salmon, but how much as far as, legal and engineering and all that, because that adds up too.
Well, legal and altogether, only thing, we only have 2 lines that have
And
been-
also, when did it start for us? I guess I should put on that too.
Well, the first initial work and that started on it, it was volunteer and donated. When the counties came together, the attorneys for Buchanan County and Tazewell County volunteered their time to develop the contracts and the bids and donated their time to it. There was no really charge to it. Since then, the contracts are in place. Russell County, it was originally going in Tazewell, so there wasn't much, we didn't have any legal work because everything was occurring in Tazewell. When it shifted to Russell County, of course, that's when Thompson-Linton, that's when we brought them in. So I've got about $40,000 in this thing. I hate to say it, no disrespect, but that's about what the cost that we've got. And I have a separate line item. You got to remember, now that's from Thompson-Linton's perspective, other than the co-severance money, that is potential. We're looking in Tim with Thompson-Linton, we only use him as needed. He's not on retainer. We don't pay him. He, when he comes in and works with the contracts, and that's the only thing he's had to do, because he's actually on the other side for Tazewell County doing the water sewer component. So he knows every inch of the project, not just the water and sewer, but as it comes into the road, he's on it too, but that's being paid all by Tazewell.
What is the financial responsibility for Buchanan County? Because you said, we have certain responsibilities, Tazewell does, and we're in revenue share. So what is Buchanan County bringing to the table?
In the contract, in the revenue sharing agreement, the host county gets 35% of the revenue, which is Russell County. Tazewell gets 35%, and Buchanan gets 30%. That's in the contract.
Right, but
now,
what do they pay, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
In our negotiation, we're equally 1/3 on the cost. So anything that comes off of the real estate, machine and tool, and P&P will first be netted out, and then the revenue shares will will pay for the cost of what we incurred, what Russell County incurred, what Tazewell County has incurred. Buchanan County hasn't incurred anything, so there's mostly our costs. So we will equally share the cost 1/3 and then come in. But we get 35% of the revenue because we are the host county. We're doing the EDA grants. Tazewell is doing the water and sewer components. That's their share of the project. So they were entitled to 35, and only Buchanan 30.
I don't know if
Did I miss
it's
anything?
appropriate time to mention this. I meant to wait till later in the meeting, but I've approached Buchanan County supervisors, two different ones, and asked them if they would pay half of the responsibility for building this road, and that contingency of that is that money go back into the Coal Road Fund. They didn't seem to have a problem with it since they're not invested in really financially in any way, but that would have to go through their board. I assume if the direction of this board decided to go along with spending this money on this road, that we'd have to make another motion if everybody wanted to send a letter to Buchanan County requesting that funding. But I have asked them, and they seem to tell me, which talking to somebody face to face, and when you turn your back, it's a different story. They seem to think that was fair if they'd done that.
Okay.
And Lonzo, I guess I
Yes,
have
ma'am.
another question for you. I know on 53, it says that we are responsible for the surveying and all this staking out the end of the project. Is the surveying cost going to be covered in that $273,000 that's coming from the Coal Road severance money?
Well, as far
Or
as
is that going to be above and beyond that?
it's on their side, they're actually doing the surveying, and they've donated the road, the easement, and the surveying, the
3D's
plans.
already done it all.
Yeah, yeah.
3D, we're doing a survey for Big Act during the roadway construction as well. And 3D did all the plats, so we already have everything modeled. We 3D did the design that we handed over.
To be done.
That won't be any more cost to us then.
There's no surveying in the line item budgets whatsoever, or easements, or buying of it, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I remember.
I guess, Lonzo, that brings me back to another question. Excuse me, let me put my finger on this. Is that with the VDOT, their report to us, they're talking about, they will start paving once we turn our Coal Road severance money over to them, once we allocate it. So are we gonna have enough money out of Coal Road severance money to get these roads paved? Are they sitting and waiting on that, VDOT sitting and waiting on us to get money to them?
I want to speak for Mr. Hensley. He sits on it, and I sat on as the administrator. That was one of the considerations based off the balance of the coal road, which is the only purpose of this. You can only use it on roads, on the coal roads. They did take that in consideration. What projects that were proposed before the Board of Supervisors on the Route 71 that I mentioned during the last board meeting, all of that has been taken care of. This is in addition that we have in coal severance money to be able to afford it. The question is the long story short, we've got the money to pay for the road at the Pier Salmon and do our roads that the coal severance approved to repair. Delegate.
Okay, thank you. Yes, just to address Supervisor Henley's comment. So I'm not an aquaculture engineer. If we were talking about coal mining, that'd be a different story. But I do know what it costs to delay big projects. And this project has been severely delayed for nearly a year after the company approached Russell County. Russell County adopted a resolution of support, and I know there was the unfortunate, under unfortunate circumstances involving the bid process that delayed it even further. And so, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars as far as the total CapEx investment. If I'm not mistaken, their Japan facility was roughly $400 million, this facility is larger than the Japan facility. And so they have a fiduciary duty for their investors to move this project forward. And so I do believe, there is an opportunity for Buchanan County to participate at a greater level with this revenue sharing agreement, but not right now. It is imperative that they move forward. And so the access road, and I think we're all losing sight of that, I cannot think of a single major economic development project that I have observed since I've been in office that didn't receive significant funding from the state or locality. Here we have a situation where a company has spent $80 million, not a single penny of local taxpayer dollars has been spent on the actual site itself. Now there has been money, as Lonzo mentioned earlier, been spent on legal fees and engineering and so forth. The project has moved now. The majority of the facility is going to be in Russell County. Tazewell County is committing $4 million to this project. That's the estimated cost of the water and sewer. And so if you look at your investment compared to Tazewell County, and remember, we don't want to lose sight that of the machine and tool tax, there's going to be roughly $100 million of machinery that will be taxed, which is equivalent to roughly $2 million per year in local tax revenue. And so, in my opinion, you brought up the VDOT situation, taking the risk. I certainly don't want to name projects, but I know of other projects in Russell County, Tazewell County, and surrounding counties where localities have been on the hook for many millions more, where a company didn't invest anything. And here we have a company that's investing, or has already spent, not committed to investing, but already spent $80 million. And so if you go back to my original comment on all of the challenges that we're faced with, the high utility bills, the infrastructure challenges, no access for large tracts of property, it's well worth the risk in my opinion. Because from a common sense perspective, if I'm investing in a multi-million-dollar project and I have millions of dollars as an investor, not the company, but as an investor, I can assure you that I'm going to do everything that I possibly can to make it work, because I'm not going to lose my investment. And so that's why they're here asking for your support today, because it pushes this concept of revenue sharing where all of our localities can grow together. We can all benefit together. We can stop competing with one another, and we can grow together. Thank you.
I guess this is a question to ask. Has the Israel Foundation done any other work in Russell County previously? Have they had other jobs here in Russell County?
Israel Foundation?
Or whatever the initials are of the business. AF.
No,
Yeah, not Israeli. Yeah, I'll change.
No. Remember, this project is owned by a completely different entity than the original project. The current project was bought from Aqua Mayoff. They purchased the project. They raised the equity. They were the ones who moved forward, not the former owners.
So who currently owns the project?
8F Asset Management. And
So have they done any projects in Russell County prior to this?
no, ma'am, not that I'm aware of.
Do you know? Have they done any projects?
Clearly, no.
No, they haven't.
No, 100%.
They build aquaculture facilities around the world. Each of their project is about $500 million. I'm not aware of another $500 million project.
I'm not talking about aqua farming. I'm not
But
talking.
that's what they do.
That's all they do.
That's all they do. They are an aquaculture fund. They build. If you go to the 8F Asset Management website, it's really actually very nice because you have movies of how it's going to look. But that's what they do all around the world. Okay?
And something else that was impressive to me, if you look at the corporate structure of 8F Asset Management as well as Pure Salmon, but particularly 8F Asset Management. It's made up of sophisticated, very successful, professional investment bankers that work for companies such as Goldman Sachs, Deutsche Bank, and so these are very, very talented financial experts. And so it was encouraging to me because there was a point in time I was very concerned about the project under the former ownership. But now, remember, this is a new entity, a new group. They are committed, and we know they're committed because they've already spent $80 million.
What was the hang up with the first group? Was it just the money issue or what?
The first group didn't have the level of expertise that this group has. They were primarily a design-build company. They would contract with other companies and go out and build these aquaculture facilities around the world. They had never done any business in the United States. They created a U.S.-based entity and hired a gentleman from New York to do an equity raise, and he was not the best person, in my opinion, that they could have had raising equity. And so the company, through a number of associations and contacts, were able to build a relationship with the people at 8F, and 8F bought the entire project. The former owners are no longer associated, affiliated, or have any ownership in this new group.
Have you been up to see it? These new board members, have y'all been up to see it?
I've not seen anything.
Be Preston.
Give us a tour.
Well, as part of my presentation, that was a note I had. I got sidetracked, but I would welcome each of you to come to the site anytime you'd like to. Be glad to give you a tour, show you what we're doing, where we're doing, what it's going to look like the best I can. I did want to point out too, I think Tara asked about the timing, and we've talked a lot about buildings. And listen, we're not dealing with Dollar Store and Walmart. If we wanted to build another Walmart, they would hand us a set of plans, say this is a 25 set, right? They're standard drawings. This project, the Coalfields job we have in Grundy, I think is about 750 pages of plans. This project will have 5,000 pages, plus the entire thing's 3D modeled. All that's unique to the Virginia site, 100% unique. So all that has to be developed. And we'll mention as part of that change from Aquamayoff and Pure Salmon bought it, the technology changed. It's a water treatment plant that they grow fish in the tank, right? It's all about how do you treat the water. And as you heard, Pure Salmon bought the technology in Norway. They've built 21 of these things, and so they know how to skin the cat. But one of the things I deal with is talking to the Pure Salmon folks, and I think Paul or Kareem talked about 200 people. And I talked to probably 30 different Pure Salmon individuals. Sometimes it's 5 in the morning, sometimes it's midnight, because they're everywhere, they're where they're going to be. But the one thing I've stressed to them is we really struggled on the drawings, so they got to about 80% with the original design we had, is you can't run down to Lowe's and buy an 850 millimeter fitting, right? So we had metric versus English. That was a hurdle we had to overcome. The other part's licensing. If they're sitting in Norway and they're going to design a water pumping system, and that comes to Virginia, those drawings will come to Russell County, to the building official for review and approval. They have to be stamped by Virginia PE, not just stamped by, but that design's got to be monitored and approved by. So we've had a lot of that type of thing, and so you wonder, why can't you just go start building the building? And it's because, so much money is depending on the pumping and the water treatment, and literally a foot or two on these elevations is going to make a huge difference in their cost. But also, it's these designs have to be tailored, and you saw that. I've spent months looking at that 20 miles of piping, and it's just like somebody dumped spaghetti noodles out on the paper. It's everywhere, right? And it's very, very difficult. And so they've brought in, different subcontractors to look at it, and so that's part of that process. It's a difficult, extremely complex design. And if it was simple, we'd already started it.
Where does the sewer water, where does that water that will come off those tanks, where will does it filter out, or is it going to be recirculated right there on premise?
Well, it's recirculated, and I don't have the updated numbers, but I'll give you some old numbers for order.
99% is recirculated.
Yeah, the project plans actually call it a recirculating aquaculture facility. So the technology is you circulate that water throughout the project. I don't know the latest numbers, 350 to 500,000 gallons, roughly.
The only addition of water you need per day is for the evaporation.
Well, we have discharge, so
So,
what's the wastewater treatment, but they'll be buying on the order of 500,000 gallons a day of water, and they'll be discharging that to sewer, which will go to Wardell. That's part of what Tazewell County's upgrading, the lines to, and they're upgrading the plant to handle that capacity. So early on, we had to design the plant capacity to match the Wardell capacity. At one time, we were even evaluated pumping it to Doran, to Richlands.
So you'll be buying the water off
Yes.
of Tazewell County?
Well, I think some of that's coming Russell County too, I don't know.
Well, I mean, you know,
It's
with
all
our,
connected
with
there.
our PSA, I mean, we're gonna be very well connected. The thing I like about, you know, expanding the sewer and the water is for potential growth, potential additional growth, because you can't hardly do anything without sewer and water. So that's gonna actually enhance the ability, in both Russell and Tazewell County.
Well, the number one cost for this type of facility is how you treat that water and you pump it. So all that piping is as the water comes out of the tanks and it's dirty, that water's treated within the facility. And only after it's treated is it then released to municipal wastewater system. There, in the original salmon design, now we're back to steelhead trout, but in the original salmon design, we had a saltwater system. And that really added a level of complexity because you had to desalinate that water because we couldn't discharge salty water to the wastewater. But the wastewater discharge, we've studied it in great detail chemically. We know what we're discharging. Tazewell County knows what they're getting. Everybody's on the same page. There's been years of coordination and cooperation there to make that happen.
At the time all this was divvied up, the project was still in Tazewell County, and Tazewell County was the obvious one. I don't think the Russell County PSA has the volume of water that the
I
facility
believe we
would
buy
need.
from Tazewell now, if I'm not mistaken. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
we do. We do.
We do.
All of, from the county line down to the bridge at Bonanza.
Yeah.
Just about.
But there's capacity there. There's capacity. It's on the order of 500,000 gallons a day. The other thing that's kind of neat, even though we're giving AEP $19 million, not that that's a sore topic, but if we had a power outage, that's important. I think the last target was 2 to 3 million gallon storage on site. So if the power went out, we got to have water. If the PSA can't pump us water, all the fish would die, right? So we got to have a certain amount of freshwater storage, and so there's all kinds of those little tidbits. But that's been very, very well coordinated with the county up there.
I would like to add something, and I don't want to extend this, and I don't want to have
I'm
it as a
sorry.
as a conversation now, but to add to what Preston has mentioned, and I'll just have one sentence. The company sees themselves as helping the community, and one of the things that we've started conversations about was eventually when the company continues, they have a division at the company called Pure Salmon Academy, because they have to train the employees to do that. This will be the first facility in the United States, so this will be the training center for the hopefully additional facilities that will come online. And we will also work with the community college, and we have already had conversations also with Virginia Tech. So I think that this in the future will also be a point of attraction for the community college, and I personally would like the community college to be able to offer water classes and aquaculture classes, and there have been already some conversations with the company. So I think regardless of the economic impact, it will also have additional impacts to the community, positive ones.
Lala's been very passionate about that for a number of years. But she's done great. But that was in 2013. Those were initial conversations with the community college system and Virginia Tech when they vetted it. And we've also used the community college's recent graduates from the construction program. I've actually hired 3 of those. Well, 2 of them plus an instructor. So those people are already going to work next door to where they were trained to.
Is this going to be the last time that they come to us for money, you know, for something?
As far as I know, yes, ma'am, and everything else is privately financed. It's just we have to come to you for this roadway.
I understand, but I'm asking questions for the public, so I want to make sure that
I would just point out that,
Right.
but we spent $80 million without coming to ask you too.
Well, yeah, no,
So
I
there's a
understand that,
positive there. I'd
but
like
you're
to point out
you're
to the
gonna look
public.
at the public, and they've already spent $80 million, but then y'all are asking us for how much to do this road?
423.
So we can do 80 million, but we can't do the 400. That's what that's what the public's gonna say. So I'm just pointing it out already.
That $2 million in tool tax might be a very nice
I
carrot
understand.
for all these people they're gonna talk next.
And I've got to make sure that I point things out for
Lower
them.
those taxes, y'all will lose.
Something to keep in mind is the Coal Road Improvement Fund it was established by the General Assembly. And so we authorize the localities to collect a percentage of the amount of gas that's produced and coal that's being extracted to use specifically for road improvement, and then a portion of that is also used for water infrastructure. Now, that could always change. If we did away with that Coal Road Improvement Fund, that wouldn't be good for the localities. But the delegation here, I've carried the bill. I know you've got Delegate Kilgore over there. We've all carried it for years and stressed upon our colleagues in the General Assembly how important that fund is. That we're not paying for roads to be paved in Northern Virginia with Southwest Virginia coal and natural gas. We're going to keep that fund intact, and we're only using that money for projects in Southwest Virginia. And so that's how important that fund is. And so I just, you're not asking for general funds, taxpayer funds. You're asking for funds that are created and derived from coal and gas that's right here in Southwest Virginia to use it for economic development projects.
So you could possibly pull that from Buchanan, Tazewell, Dickinson, and Russell County.
Not us, but the General Assembly could do that, and we don't want that. So the more that we can show that this fund is building water infrastructure, sewer infrastructure, it's promoting economic development, it makes for an easier argument to keep that fund in place. Much easier.
See, long as they stop fussing at me while I want to spend that money.
That's right. Preston, I got a question for you on
They don't
on the
understand
waste.
just how tight we are, do they?
Like, had a fish tank, it's stinky, nasty, dirty, got a lot of salt in it. So how much percentage of that water when it goes out down, is it gonna go to Richlands or Wardale?
Yeah, as I
wherever?
described,
Okay.
500,000 gallons max.
But what percentage of saline is that gonna be?
There's not salt
Salination.
now. There is no salt now. It's trout.
Fresh water.
Yeah. And it's all taken care of by Tazewell County. And there's no smell. There's no emissions.
Can you put that in writing?
I put it in the record. One of the first, well, that's the second biggest question. The first one, when it's gonna start. Second one, is it gonna smell? No, when you look at this thing, and you saw the picture, it looks like an office building. I mean, it looks like one of our industrial buildings. It's tilt up metal building. You don't see it from the outside. There's no air emissions. That's very key. DEQ's no permit required there. We're not drawing any groundwater, not pulling anything from Little River. We're buying water, discharging water. No air emissions, no smell, you won't even know, and it's quiet. I know we've upset people with our backup horns, but that'll be very short-lived. I don't know if we'll do any more of that night work, but once you get through that, this will be a quiet facility. You shouldn't know it's there. You'll just see all this tax revenue coming. Should be the only sign of it.
Well, I want to see vehicles going in and out of there shipping out salmon or stealing trout.
If someone would
That's what I
make the
wanna see.
motion for that, we'd have a roadway we could haul them off.
It's in the request, I believe, so.
Does anybody? Everybody's floating right now. Not me. You done already. You already took care of it.
Mother Nature didn't call. She
Well, one of the things I was always admired by a trickle down effect to industry, and I had a personal meeting with the investors and talked to them about the waste and the critical aspect of agriculture in our community. You know, cattle and fertilization and fertilizing and stuff like that. So we had a very good conversation about the waste and how that could be converted into a very useful product for fertilizing our fields. And also, I mean, there's been so much work involved in this and so much time, but there could be an opportunity from the trickle-down aspect of this for additional industries to pop up and really pop up for the amount of investment we're looking at compared to what I think we're going to gain from this within our agriculture community. And one of the things that I was really impressed, Delegate Moorfield, about was we're raising a healthy product, something that's nutritious and good for you on the health side of that. So they talked a lot about the health benefit to what they're doing. And you know as well as I do, I love to trout fish. I love it. I like to go to the streams, and I like it even better when we're able to fillet them out and put them on the grill and cook them. You know, they're just a really good tasting fish. And I know Big Tumlin, if you're over there and been able to catch a limit, which I'm not very good at fishing, but my three boys are very good at catching their limit pretty quick. So I don't know what that is, but at this point, you know, I think we just need to move forward on this, and then we'll take a recess. But if I can get a motion on this to go ahead so they can leave, I'd like to go ahead and ask for a motion to move this project forward. And you know, if we have any other additional discussion, we'll do that.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chair, with me being on the Coal Road Board. I think
I'll
that's
second
appropriate.
that.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew, and thank you, Steve. Any more discussion?
I think the folks need to go see it. Nate, Tara, and Andrew, they've never been up there. And I haven't been there in years, so I think I'd like for them to see it. You'll give them a tour, right, Mr. Breeden?
Well, I just believe that at this point in stage in this, they need to get started, and they're going to have the availability to go up there and look at it at your convenience. But I'd like to go ahead and just move the project forward, and then let's.
Can you explain exactly what Andrew's motion is, like, so the public knows?
What?
Right, is it?
The Coal Road Board appropriates, well, I guess suggests that the board appropriates that funding. So what'll happen is if tonight the board decides to move forward, the Coal Road Board will meet next, right? For final approval.
Yes.
So we vote tonight, then there'll be another vote at the Coal Road Board, right?
The motion that at the coal severance meeting before was to present it to the Board of Supervisors. That's just the law of the way it works. Once the board approves it, it goes back to them to finalize, and the chairman of the coal severance tax signs off on it.
And that'll be how much money?
That is total of $423,000. That includes the $150 initially that was with the application.
Okay, all in favor? Any opposed?
I'm going to abstain. I don't want the taxpayers to be in trouble if there's nothing there in 5 years.
We got 2 abstentions. We got four votes.
4 votes. 4 and 2. Now, the next one will be the approval of the VASAP Pure Salmon contract, so I can send it on to the VDOT. So
Need a motion on
funding
that?
is first, contract is second. That was the holdup. The rebid was for the funding component.
Yeah.
Yes, for the VASAP. Yes.
I make a motion to allow Lonzo to award the contract to
Second. The C5.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. Got a motion, Mr. Brady, and second, Mr. Kaiser. All in favor? Aye.
I'm going to oppose.
Same.
Okay, we got 2.
Excuse me, I don't say oppose.
Abstain.
Abstain.
Well, it's same difference.
No, just abstain.
What was the vote on that one? Same. 4-2, 4-2. Okay. Gotcha.
All right, thank you, and thank you all. Let's get started.
Make it happen.
Thank you. We're going to take a little recess here, let everybody go to the bathroom.
I'm floating.
you have to buy two at a time? Did you have to buy two at a time? Or you just thought you...
I buy them in boxes.
Oh, I thought...
I keep them in my car.
Oh, do you?
In my
Is
truck.
this what you live on?
Yeah, these have protein there.
Yeah, I know it.
Okay. Has everybody had an opportunity to go to the restroom? I'm waiting on my board members to come back in. Wait for them and we'll continue. Okay. We've got a presentation. If everybody will kind of get seated and get accommodated. There's my buddy. Get you a seat. Okay. We have Pastor Rodney Williams. Would you want to come on up, sir?
Thank you so much for giving me just a few moments of your time. But I'm Rodney Williams, the pastor of Lebanon New Life Fellowship. And on May the 1st, we will be having our National Day of Prayer rally here at Lebanon. It'll be located over here at the Farmers Market at 6 p.m. And we would just love to give our board a special invitation to be there and be a part of that rally. And I was sitting here listening to all the business was taking place, and I thought, hey, we need prayer, right? You know, and our county needs prayer, and I thought, well, how fitting would be if our government leaders could get together with the spiritual leaders and our community, and we all come together as one in unity, and we begin to pray and seek God for divine guidance, give us wisdom, and give us favor. And as being a pastor, I believe we serve a great big God, and He can do those things for us. And so we just like to give you that special invitation also for all the citizens here at Russell County. We just love for you to come and be a part of this rally on May the 1st, right over here on the Farmers Market at 6 p.m. We'll have a number of individuals there, and we will be having special prayer for our nation, for our commonwealth, for our local government. We'll be praying for our police department, first responders. And we want to hit all of these different areas to have special prayer, because I do believe there is power in prayer. And as we come together in unity, I believe, as already I've heard on the agenda tonight, and as our county continues to go forward, I believe God will honor us if we honor Him. And so hope to see everybody May the 1st over to Farmers Market, 6 o'clock, okay? God bless everyone.
Thank you so much. Alonzo, if you would, let's post that on our site. And I would encourage anybody and everybody that has the opportunity to come, because that's exactly what we need. We need to pray for each other. We hear a lot of criticism, but I think God knows, when we pray, He does the greatest things, and He moves. Going into new business now, and I need a motion on the approval of the minutes. Consider approval of the minutes of the following meeting of the Russell County Board of Supervisors.
Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the unapproved minutes of March 3rd, is that what we just voted on? Yes. Okay. And line 2 here, approval of expenditures. Consider approval of expenditures presented for payment.
Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Breeden. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we've got a second by Andrew. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Board. Okay, now we're going on down to committee appointments for board consideration. The first one is the Community Policy Management Team. And have we had any applications for that, Mr. Lester?
Amy Addison, Atkins, has served on the board, and yes, there should have been an application sent in. And Mr. Brentley has resigned. He is working on something for, as the Director of Court Service Unit. So I make a motion that we accept Amy on her 4-year term and accept Jeff's resignation from the committee.
Thank you, ma'am.
Second.
And we got a second by Tara.
Is that just a swap out?
No, there
So
will
that
be.
leaves a slot open.
Yes, and there is a letter in there from the director. Jeff has asked that Robbie Davis take his place. Robbie is the 29th District Circuit Court, the 29th Court Service Unit Supervisor for Russell and Tazewell County. This deals with juvenile children that are in foster care services, and they watch where the kids are and what they do. So Mr. Brentley offered a letter to have Mr. Davis take his place.
Has Mr. Davis turned in
I don't know if he's turned
application?
in, I don't know if he has or not. He was given, he
I don't see it in the
had
list.
one.
I believe he was on the list.
He was on the list, but I don't know.
Okay, we have a motion to accept Amy, and then within that motion to accept
Jeff's
Jeffrey's resignation. Do I
Right.
have a second?
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Now, if you guys want to take up Robbie Davis,
Now, do you want me to, Lonzo, do you want me to do that? All right, I make a motion for Robbie Davis to take the remaining of Jeff's term.
Second.
okay, I got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed?
Basically, these two gentlemen work in the same office, and they do the same thing.
Thank you,
Court
ma'am.
service.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Community Planning Management Team, or the CPMT.
This is a mistake. It was called in to be corrected. It's for Spearhead. Yes, that was Lou's appointment.
Well, if it's okay, I'll just, if it's all right with the board, we'll just move it to the Friday meeting. Is that okay? Because Lou's not here. All right. Thank you all. Okay, Constitutional Officer Reports and Requests. Do we see any? Okay.
left.
All right, seeing none. And I have the County Attorney Reports and Requests.
David, Bill's here. Bill, did you want to say something?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't see. He's hiding. Bill, would you like to say a few words?
Sheriff Watson, that is.
We just stocked that truck, ready for any disaster would come, with some of the money that was donated and things of that nature, so we have to be in Bristol with it tomorrow. All my guys are doing great. Took off a large amount of methamphetamine just a little while ago, so everything else is going great for us. We appreciate everything you do, and the community's backing, so keep going forward.
Thank you.
Did your grant work out?
We haven't heard from them yet. They said
that for the building?
For the building.
Okay.
We're still waiting on it.
Okay, good deal.
Yeah. Could be May, I believe, Brian said.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you, Bill. Thank you, and thank all your officers, all of our first responders. Thank you. Okay, County Administrator reports and requests.
Thank you, Chairman. First up on the county. I hit it. Sorry. There we go. Too many wires. First on the county administrator reports is the Russell County Road Reporting System. Please, take a look in your packet of each one of the road reports that will be turned into VDOT for maintenance. The second report is the VDOT monthly road report. This is an update on what VDOT is doing between the maintenance and the hurricane cleanup and the maintenance activities. On the first one, on the board actions on the residency needs to publish the willingness to hold a public hearing. Y'all approved that back in December, then we went to the organization, then we flipped back out. I posted it into the paper for consideration to see if any citizens have any issues with it, and it will be at the May board meeting. So that'll be up for consideration. If no one has any objections to it, then, it'll be at the discretion of the board whether to abandon 806. So next on the county administrator reports is the, of course, Ms. Dye, Tara, I forget, there's two Dyes here. She asked, she has asked for a county project list, PSA, project list, so, that's good for the public to know because we go from project to project. I've got a list of the county project list here to take a look at. If I'm missing anything, or that's either been completed or in progress, please let me know. These are on the county facilities, what has been scheduled and what is in progress on what we're doing. Also included is the Russell County PSA on their projects and what they're doing under their grants and what the status is. Please take a review of those, and if you have any questions, you can either contact me on the county report projects or Chris Dye with the PSA.
Alonzo, a quick question.
ma'am.
Okay, I know my phase 3, that was money left over from the project. They bought generators. I know we're at Tiller Trailer Park. What's Milton's Bottom? Where is that?
Go ahead, Mr. Bree. Yes, it's in Castlewood. It's in Lou's area.
So what are they doing? Putting in what? How long? How many feet and all that stuff? Don't know.
Right now, it depends upon money, but I can get those details for you.
Okay.
That's why I have it highlighted. I had another board member ask about it too, so.
Okay, and water source and treatment study, they've asked for a grant to pay for that?
Yes, ma'am. And of course, you see Nash's Ford. But if you have any questions on it, Mr. Dye, he's a fairly new executive director. He's right on top of it. He'd be glad to ask any questions. So, next on the county administrator reports is what we discussed before. This is the Russell County 2025 proposed tax rate public hearing that we've got set for Friday at 6 p.m. Of course, that per the Code of Virginia, these are the requirements of the posting. The assessment increases, the lowered rate necessary to offset the increased assessment, the effective rate increase, or the proposed total budget increase, which we went over in fairly good detail during the budget meeting. If you have any questions, let me know. Next on the county administrator reports is the Board of Equalization meeting. As I stated during the budget meeting, the Equalization Board is going to begin their meetings on Thursday here in this room. Before that, the assessors reviewed the ones that were not here and didn't have the opportunity to hear. From January the 14th to March the 14th, the assessor's office reviewed 2,966 different pieces of property. We gave everyone an opportunity that we could during that period, but by code, the Equalization Board will meet this Thursday. It will meet all the way through December the 31st until every citizen has an opportunity to present their claim. So that's the law. If anybody out there, please contact my office. The number is there. We'll set you an appointment on the specific date as soon as the Board of Equalization sets the board meetings. Next on the county administrator reports is the Volunteer Fire Department Service Ordinance. This is an ordinance that is defined based off the Code of Virginia and the Fire Chiefs Association. They have looked at it. They're currently reviewing it and making, it is in draft form. They're going through it and making their additional adds and deletes and modifications of how it deals with the operations for the volunteer fire department services within the county. Hopefully at the next meeting, we should have a smooth, rough draft. Yes. Next on the county administrator reports is, as an update to the board, is the Commonwealth Energy Partners CEP solar project that we have met with, that came before the board and presented. This is at the Stewart Land and Cattle property. We're still working with them through the legal terminology, the financials. It's just an update for the board on the progress. We're still meeting and still negotiating, through the project.
Well, Mr. Lester, who's
Yes, sir.
doing the legal negotiations on that for us?
For right now,
Right now, I was in the meeting.
Okay.
yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, and I'll speak to that. I was in the Zoom meeting also. I didn't get the invitation till late, and as I was driving to a doctor's appointment, I listened to the Zoom meeting. So Lonzo, I told them to get this out to all the rest of the board meeting, the notes or the video, because I think all board members need to hear this Zoom meeting that we were on.
Yeah.
And
I sent it out to the board, but did y'all all get it? Tell me right now. Did y'all get it? Did y'all get it?
okay,
Okay. I'll send it to you again, Rebecca.
okay. And I need to get my red ink pen out. Look at the spelling. I need to get my red ink pen out.
Just remember that does have some legal issues in there, so we will have to get back together to discuss those. So if you do mark them up, send them back to Lonzo and he can get them to me.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think mine's working, but I've tried to push this.
Did you? Is it
It's not
working?
working, but that's okay.
Have you got them all on, Caleb? Yeah, thank you. Next on the county administrator reports is the community center fire department generator contract. This is for a rebid. We actually changed some of the specs on it, and actually, Ms. Dye, we went ahead and added the Cleveland Community Center onto here too. So I don't know if she heard me or not. I'm sorry. I said, oh,
We were talking about that subject, sorry, go
oh,
ahead.
were you? I said the next on the county administrator reports is the community center fire department generator contract. This is a rebid. We had to change some of the amps and some of the terminology in the contract, and we also had to include it as a mandatory site visit because there was a little bit of confusion into what was required. So each vendor is going to have to do, and I also added in the Cleveland, which we had a discussion. Community center will now have a generator too, in addition to the auxiliary hall at the fire department. Because when we got into the last flood, even though it got flooded, before it got flooded, the fire department was busy. We could have used the facility. So if we go into a winter or another emergency other than flooding, y'all know Cleveland.
Are we gonna have that elevated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good.
That's part of the spec change. Yes, we're going to raise it up. So, and by the way, just to give brief on the Cleveland Community Center, there's a project in here I need y'all's approval on later. Okay, thank you. Next on the county.
Hang on just a minute. Do we need to go ahead and make a motion on that? to go ahead to submit the bids?
You've already approved the contract. This is just
Okay,
to tell you
all right.
I'm rebidding.
Just want to get clarity.
Just like I did
Thank you,
the
Mr.
pure
Lacy.
salmon. I'm
Thank you,
rebidding.
sir.
Yes. Next on the county administrator request is the household hazard waste collection day. People bring all your tires in. So why we got a grant to do this. Bring you shred your files, anything, tire drop off that we discussed during the budget meeting. This is an opportunity to, for businesses to be able to utilize it. This will be up also on the website and the county sites. Now on the county administrator request, of course, we've already approved the first item on the list for the Russell County Coast Severance Committee, the Pure Salmon Project, and item number 2, which is the Pure Salmon Road Project contract. Those are approved.
Hang on just a minute. What about the mutual aid agreement?
I got it, number 10.
10, okay,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Next on the county administrator request, and I know I'm going a little fast at this since we're being here so long. Let me get through this big, long VDOT contract. I'm at the OAA direct funds. Good gracious. Okay, I have now to line item number 3. The VASAP Commission has asked for OAA direct funds. As you all read in your letter, this is to improve, the commission on VASAP mission is therefore, aligns the opiate abatement authority to intend to mitigate the multi-generational impact that originates with Oxycontin epidemic. And this commission, does various things from, as I highlighted here, treatment and education, intensive education to the 5-week courses, and also services to the adolescent and young. This is part of our recovery teams. This is Cheryl Robinette. She's also with the Russell County Recovery House and the Dixon County Recovery House. They're asking, she said, please give thoughtful consideration to the request for allocation of between 5 and 10 for this will be for FY 26. So this is approval, but we have to get it into the LAA board before the July date. So that's up to the discretion of the Board of Supervisors, what you want to appropriate out of the OAA funds.
I'll speak to that a little bit. Scott County gave them $5,000 of their OAA money, and this does usually when you have your primary substance abuse or your secondary, and usually this pretty much goes hand in hand. And the VASAP used to be right here in Lebanon, right beside the courthouse, but it has since been moved. But it would go directly to helping someone get their driver's license back so that they can be gainfully employed. And that's what it will be used for, their classes that they have to take and their treatment education. So I'll make the motion that we give them $5,000.
Thank you, Ms. Dye. Do we have a second?
Second.
Got a second by Mr. Reading. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Very good. Thank you, Chairman. Next on the county administrator request is the Dane Downtown Revitalization Project. This is a planning grant that is through Spectrum Design. Since it is in the county, the Cumberland Plateau Planning District is paying for it. We're just the conduit for the contract since it's in our county. I need a motion for approval.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we got the Dye lady seconded. Okay. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
So it'll just be, you're just gonna be the conduit, it'll just run through you and
Yes.
you'll oversee it.
Yep. Did we get approval on that? Okay, very good. Next on the county administrator request is the Cumberland Mountain Service Board. This is concerning the Swords Creek Elementary School. The CSB has approached the Russell County wanting this facility as a treatment facility. And they are willing to take and transfer the full complete deed and plus do the renovations to it. So,
Although I don't have this in my packet.
It's just a motion for us to proceed on with it. That'll be the motion. Yeah.
Okay.
So, and the attorneys. So, and the CSB provides one of our services, just like DSS and VDH and the CSBs, and we are partnering with them in their recovery. They anticipate the numbers that they use. They've walked the facility. The Swords Creek does have issues. It has a lot of renovation that's going to be done. I think that what they had estimated just through the walkthroughs was over $250,000 that they're going to have to put into it to replace, some of the leaks, the toilets, and various things throughout it. But what the motion will be is for the county administrator and the county attorney to negotiate what the agreement would be, what their performance will be, and what upgrades they will do. But as the administrator, as y'all know on schools and any other facility, you don't want to keep it. You want to transfer it because it's a burden of cost. It's just more things that we looked at during our budget. I'll have to keep insurance on it and electricity and upkeep and maintenance and fire code and site visits and fire marshal. So all of these things are, even though it's closed, just like we're going to have to deal with the Copper Creek soon, this will be an opportunity to take this facility and turn it into something that the community can use. Schools are very difficult, to get rid of. Look at Oak Grove. Thank you. They're very hard to get rid of, but this will give a purpose with one of our partners, that has the funding to do it. They do, and to upgrade it and provide these services. So
I'll make a motion. We authorize the county administrator to negotiate with them and see if you can get them to waive some of the fees that they've asked for.
Yes.
Take the building in lieu of the fees.
Yeah, that's part of the deal.
Yeah. Part of the fees is on as each county, our annual fee is, we reduced down with slot waivers. They're called slot waivers based off of your population base, your income levels. Their initial billing was $277,000 that's in y'all's packet. We get it down based off our population and our slot waivers. We get it down into $40,000. But again, they're willing to take this on and waive their fees. In addition to taking the building, which we will incur the cost, is sitting there deteriorating and paying the insurance and the upkeep. So it's a good little thing for this little facility. It has a lot of issues. So
Okay, I got a motion.
I'll second it, and since we're in discussion, when's the school gonna move that over to the county? How do we negotiate to sell the building we don't own?
We don't know, yeah.
Yeah, I've already talked to them.
Our agreement with the Swords Creek, our agreement with the county on the Swords Creek and the Copper Creek schools for transferable was July the 1st. That's reason being the schools already had their insurance paid up. They had already shut it down. They were coming in and coming out, and I didn't want to, no disrespect, I didn't want the county incurring that additional cost. So both buildings supposed to be transferred on July 1, the new fiscal year. But if the CSB, to move this forward, they've already made the motions on their side, so I can bring this one in to, transfer it to the CSBs. And then Copper Creek, we'll have to deal with that one next.
Well, I can probably speak on this because I've worked really hard on it to try to get this deal done. One of the things is we don't have enough space, and we have to turn away people, and that's critical because we don't want to see anybody turned away in our county that has a need. So I was able to work with them. The schools brought their maintenance guys up there, and Looked at the building. They're going to have to redo all the plumbing. They're going to have to add bathrooms, which we're willing to do that to enhance this opportunity. Plus, it's a lot of jobs in District 4, so I am thrilled to get this done. And I am working with Andrew right now. We've been in discussion with some other ones on the other school and trying to get that one going. We'd like to get it going before July, right, Andrew?
I'll make a motion to auction it if
And we'll do that if we can't get somebody in it quick. But all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, Chairman. Next is the Dank. Who's second? Andrew.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Next is the Dane Fire Department property, the public hearing notice. This is just a approval to set the public hearing by the Code of Virginia for any sale or property or transfer. I think I included the code into your packet to be able to look at. I need approval for a public hearing at the next board meeting after appropriate public notice.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we got a second.
1 second there.
In discussion?
Yeah, a little discussion here. I've looked at the deed that was given to Russell County for that property, and are we gonna run into any issues there with the stated purpose of that transfer of that property to the county for use as a community center or fire department or public service?
Right now, the legal issues that we had to do is, of course, that we knew at the beginning was not the purpose of it, because once it was transferred, of course, then Dickinson Piston, or Russell Dickinson, is with the coal, oil and gas reserves was one, which is owned by Intervest, and the surface coal is owned by MPR, Natural Resource Partners. Right now, currently, they both Intervest out of Abington and MPR out of West Virginia is releasing those covenants. They've already done the writing. That will be before the board in the future to correct the deed and release the deed covenants.
All right, my next question is, what is our plan of action to store the equipment for Dane Fire Department once that property is sold?
Well, right now, with the current situation with the Dane Fire Department, we have currently I've talked to the PSA chairman. What I proposed to him was to move it to the PSA building that's down the road. They have the additional room at that big PSA building down, where the PSA office used to be.
Okay,
Yeah,
has that
yes.
been discussed with Dane Fire Department, Volunteer Fire Department?
No, it has not.
Okay, because they own that equipment, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
That is correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we need to,
Well, until we got to a certain point to get the releases of the covenants, we had to make sure everything is in place one at a time.
okay, because I think there's a lot of confusion about what's going on because they're not being kept in the loop. And they've got equipment they can't even access, that they can't even get into. And, there's maybe personal stuff in there that they need to get. I understand that the grand jury case has been dropped at this point, or not dropped, but they didn't find any findings to move forward with. If there's anything that they need to get in there to get, I don't know legally if there's any issue with them going in and accessing the property.
They would obviously need to talk to the folks who initiated the grand jury. I guess that would be the Commonwealth attorney, or if there was a substitute Commonwealth attorney, that's it. They would need to talk to those individuals first before they just go in.
So they need to get a statement from them to give to the administrator?
I would before I would go in there, if there's been an investigation.
Terry, I think it was federal.
Oh, federal, okay.
Yeah, it's federal.
Oh, well,
It's federal.
good luck. Well, I don't know. We can, of course, we can ask.
Right.
I can call the U.S. Attorney's Office and ask what.
Part of my concern is,
Yeah.
we've got equipment in there that's been sitting for months on end, vehicles that have not been serviced, not maintained at all, and everybody knows if you set a vehicle with E85 gasoline in it for very long, you're gonna have some problems out of it.
I'll be more than happy to call the U.S. Attorney's
Yeah,
Office.
well, I'd like to get something moving to where these guys can get in there. That equipment does not need to sit. It's gonna rot. It's gonna have major problems with the fuel in the systems.
Well, we've had extreme temperatures too, and you know, water, what it does when it freezes.
Oh, yeah, so,
And I don't wanna see their equipment ruined.
I mean, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment that they've got in there, so we need to, between now and Friday, I'd like to have some sort of an answer on how we can help them get that stuff taken care of. It might be fast, but we need to try to make that a priority, and then discuss with them about how we can store the equipment for them where they can get access to it and they can service and maintain what they've got.
Well, just to elaborate a little bit, when we first started doing this on the line of duty, and you got two components here. You got one that's financial, you got one that's operational. The thing about it is this, the federal grand jury looked at what was in COVID money and that only. There's still an investigation going on now, local money and county money that will have to be verified. So when the Dank Fire Department had the issues, I think they have reinstated their SEC, which will have to be validated. But they still don't have proof of insurance, they don't have the nonprofit, and they still don't have those things that's on the paper side. So if they have it, then, we'll be glad to take it. But right now, from the county's perspective, and I knew that this question would probably come up. Right now, over the last 5 years, the county has contributed $262,132.76 to this agency. It's got to be accounted for. If you've got the documentation for it, please bring it to me. I don't know who's in control now or who the chief is, if Ethan's still in place, but when the Attorney General, the prosecutor for the feds, we were going to come in on the county. They stood down, they restricted, the board was notified of this issue. Now it becomes the county and state. Just because the feds are done with their 65,000, now we have this to deal with here that came through the treasurer's office of grants. I can send all that to you. So you got operational and financial issues to deal with here before, in the meantime, we're going to move the equipment and we can get it up, but we do have to, if any equipment has been bought with local money or state money, has to be verified to make sure that there was continuity and verification. So.
Do we require that out of the other departments or the other fire departments in the county?
Yes. Well, what we're doing on the financials, where it came in, was the first line of duty. The line of duty, they didn't have insurance. We got proof of that. They weren't paying their bills. They didn't have the line of duty. I couldn't attest to it. So that triggers multiple things. It triggers verification of financials, verification of insurance, verification of the SEC, verification of all of these things. That's all we're asking for, and we did meet with them, and that's what we attested to, and that's what the investigation will continue with.
So, at this point, what do they need to do to get reinstated?
To get reinstated, they have to get their SEC, which they've already done. I think they did it September the 14th, 2024. If it's valid, based off their bylaws and their charter, everything is valid. And then they have to get insurance to be able to move. They've got to get their line of duty for their personnel. And then, of course, their 501c.
They can operate without that, though, can
they cannot. That's what I was just getting ready to say. They can.
They just can't receive any money from the county. Is that right? Okay.
They can't. But
so it's important.
But whatever money they have in there on their current financials of that, money they were appropriated over the year. That's documented in the treasurer.
What timeline is that money appropriated? That 262,000, over what period of time was that appropriated?
The appropriation per the treasurer, and I'm using her records.
Yeah.
That started off in 2017. And it goes forward to, and that includes all the federal money and the state money and the grants.
So you're saying that's when the nonprofit
That,
lapsed.
I had to go
So
back
you're
to the
going
lapse based off
2017
of it.
now.
That's correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
And through, till we.
Okay,
Okay,
all right.
just just get it turned in, Alonzo.
Yeah, turn
And
it
all right, copy me on that and forward it to me.
Yeah, we've been notified since the insurance company it's no valid because it hasn't been paid. I understand.
Okay, everybody. Okay, let's everybody. I know, everybody, this is a very sensitive
Touchy.
issue. I understand
Let's
that.
just make sure your insurance is up.
Yeah,
You
we're
got
just,
your-
we will get with you guys
then-
and get all those requirements.
Yes.
Okay, Lonzo, if you wouldn't care to accommodate them to get that information from them, if they
Yes,
can
I will.
provide it this week?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Final cancellation.
Where were we?
Hang on just a minute.
There's
This
gonna
is
be a
not
public
question.
comment at the
Yeah,
end.
we'll let
Bring
you
it up
speak.
then, we'll work
Yeah.
on that.
Yeah, and we'll be glad to clear this up. I'd love to get the paperwork on it.
Okay.
So,
Get a motion in a second.
yep, there you go. I got
Okay.
So this is notice for public hearing. I'm not trying to step on your toes there, Chairman.
no, you go right ahead. You go
We
right
got-
ahead.
We got a motion and a second for the public
Yeah,
hearing.
we
so
need
go ahead.
a motion and a second.
We already have it.
Okay,
Yeah,
all
we're
in
just-
favor? All in favor?
Discussion right now.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all.
Now, second is, next is DQ. Jeff's still here.
Thank you, Leo.
And Cumberland Plateau Planning District Resolution, Local and Regional Wastewater Planning Grant. This is a grant for the, through the Cumberland Plateau Planning District to study the region. I need approval of the DEQ / Cumberland Plateau Planning District Resolution.
I'll make that motion for
Thank,
you.
thank you, Ms. Dye.
Second.
Okay, got it.
Next on the county administrator.
All in favor?
We got to vote on that.
Any opposed?
Yeah, I know. Sorry about that. Russell County, this is Tara's area. This is the Russell County Planning Commission plan. I need approval on the.
So moved.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed?
Number 9 is the Russell County Kids Fishing Day and the Honeacre Kids Fishing Day, and these are the two dates. Previously, y'all have donated $500 to them, so I ask for a complete motion for both the kids fishing and the Honeacre's kids
I'll
fishing.
make that motion.
I'll second it, and now we're in discussion. Can we afford it?
Can you not afford it? Is the question that you have to ask.
Is that just,
We've been talking about money here for hours, so can we afford $1,000? Let the youngins go fishing.
are there only 2 Honeacre and?
That's the only 2 that's requested, yeah. Yeah, and the majority of the kids go from one to the other, and there's a lot of attendance. It is. It's massive. It's a massive event. So traditionally, y'all have donated $500 to each one of the events, so continuing. Some of the donations from the other organizations that have not been, I can take it from those line items that they didn't ask for or they didn't do. So I'll take it from that line item.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Is that right?
Yes.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you all.
Next on the county administrator request is the mutual aid agreement of law enforcement services between Russell County and the city of Bristol and the Bristol Sheriff's Department. Bill, do you want to come up and speak on it, or just make the motion?
Just make a motion. It's straightforward. It's already signed.
Pretty straightforward. It's just a mutual aid agreement between us and the city of Bristol, where we can assist them, they can assist us to help with their endeavors of keeping our community safe and cleaning up the drug problem that we're having. So we're wanting to join forces with them, sign this mutual aid agreement with them.
Thank you,
Motion to
Sheriff.
approve it. Second.
Okay, got motions and second. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, I'll need the list. Citizens comment period. You have 3 minutes. Just want to let everybody know. Got the timer ready? Lonzo.
I got both. Y'all better have some.
Okay, Mr. Jared Ring, Castlewood.
And these are treasurer records.
Good evening, y'all. I'm Jared Ring out of Castlewood, Virginia, and I just thought it might be prudent, fresh off of a budget meeting, to remind the board that meals alone account for nearly $200,000 of our income, budget-wise. When last the topic was broached, the board had decided to send a letter with specifics about the Sunday alcohol ordinances to one of the businesses in Castlewood that's being negatively affected by that. They never received any such letter, so they don't sell any alcohol on Sundays, despite the ordinance only specifying beer and wine. How much revenue have we handed to St. Paul during that period because of that? But perhaps we might view that as some recompense for St. Paul lending us their fire services for too long a time. As a North Castlewood resident, I'd just like to say I would love to have a functional and well-certified fire department in my district again as soon as possible. Now to my main point. Some time ago, members of the anti-landfill group caught wind of new activity around a waste project concerning Carbotura. Now Russell County's waste costs are high, and being able to recycle waste and sell raw materials is an appealing prospect. So I did my homework on the company. I found claims of them being able to 100% recycle waste and break down PFAS with microwaves. Further along I read, though, the more suspicious I grew, seeing only AI-generated images to support the claims. Not particularly good ones at that, one even apparently being prompted with the words federal grant funding in the image itself. And conceptually, you don't get 100% of anything back from an engineering perspective. There will always be inefficiencies and waste, let alone the immense energy requirements of microwaving trash en masse and rotating it so that you're coating it evenly to break down the waste. Worst of all, though, was my discovery of the Carbotura lunar cycle concept they were promoting on LinkedIn. A literal moon base to go along with technologies that already looked like something out of science fiction. And don't take my word for it. Get on LinkedIn. It's Alan Witters. He's one of their promo people. It's one of the first posts. Go look it up yourselves. In particular, my FOIA request turned up a disagreement between Tara Dye and Steve Breeding. And that left me with some questions. First of which, is it unreasonable, after a highly controversial landfill project, to keep the home district board member in the loop about a similar project? And why are there other counties being approached about this project before the rest of the board? why is something with borderline science fiction claims and AI-generated nonsense as its only image support being taken this seriously at all? And why aren't these folks approaching the largest centers of waste creation instead of coming out here among the poor and disenfranchised with a novelty technology? How many other municipalities have they approached and been turned down by? What makes a company cold call a county whose chief features are cheap land and a desperate local government? Now, let me speak clearly. I appreciate folks bringing genuine industry into the county. But I think the constituents have made it abundantly clear that we do not believe it's Russell County's duty to solve the trash woes of the rest of Southwest Virginia. It's concerning to me that the website and basic computer literacy were not enough to put an end to this. Furthermore, the attempts to characterize this as a partisan issue and characterize anyone Mr. Breeding disagrees with as environmental hypochondriacs are deeply concerning to me. Well-reasoned folks on opposite ends of the political spectrum have both opposed the landfill and similar projects for good reason, founded in fact, not opinion, not environmental hypochondria, whatever else you want to call it.
Got just a few seconds here, Jared. I'll give you all the respect you need. You go ahead.
So I'd just like to say, please stop trying to make messes that my generation will have to clean up. Waste projects will be political suicide in this county for the political future. As long as I'm a resident here, I will fight them tooth and nail, even if that means personally going out and door knocking every house in a district for the opponents of their supporters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jared. All right, Mr. Philip Addington.
It's been a terribly long meeting. My name is Philip Addington. I'm from Castlewood, Virginia. A lot of you know me, a lot of you don't. I appreciate all the questions that were asked from the 4 to 6 p.m. about tax dollars being spent. I appreciate Andrew's thoroughness. I appreciate Nate reminding everybody that nothing is free. There's not a big pile of money up here that just gets granted under all these projects, that it comes from taxpayers. That being said, I am the chairman of the Republican Party in the wonderful county of Russell. Every meeting we read this. I want to read it, if it's okay. The Virginia Republican Creed: we believe that the free enterprise system is the most productive supplier of human needs and economic justice, that all individuals are entitled to equal rights, justice, and opportunities, and should assume their responsibilities as citizens in a free society. That's what all you guys are doing. Although you're not Republicans, some of you. Guess what, though? There's not a single Democrat sitting on this board. Thank you, Russell County. I appreciate that. Let's see. That fiscal responsibility and budgetary restraints must be exercised at all levels of government. That's what I'm here to speak about tonight. I know this budget is millions of dollars. This project that was talked about is just coming down the road. It's going to bring money into the county. There's other projects that we hear about that's going to bring money into the county. To continue on with this, because it's some of my favorite parts, that peace is best preserved through a strong national defense, and that faith in God, as recognized by our founding fathers, is essential to the moral fiber of the nation. I believe it's what holds us together. My concern with the tax increase that's coming down the pike is that I had a lot of quotes from fine presidents, but one of my favorite from Ronald Reagan was, "No government ever voluntarily reduces itself in size." If we take an opportunity to increase the tax rate, am I ever going to get that money back because the county may be more prosperous down the road? I kind of doubt it. I've worked ever since I turned 16 years old and got a driver's license. I've had a job. I've worked 60, 70, 80 hours a week. The Lord has been awful good to me. I work very hard for my money. I'm taxed to death already. Everywhere we turn, we're taxed. Everything we do, we're taxed. And I ask this board to go, and if this is a Republican county that voted 84% for Ronald Reagan, 84%, the leaders of all these departments that are asking for money, they're probably lean Republican. I think they should look upon themselves and say, maybe we don't need that this year. Let's wait and see if this project's coming and may bring more revenue into the county. I appreciate what this board and the school board did in getting the teachers' raises. Took 20 years of talking about it. That raise was historic for Russell County. My son is a teacher. My daughter is a teacher. My wife is a retired school nurse, so I'm well versed in the struggles of education. But to come back this year and ask for more money above what the 3% increase is does kind of give me pause. Let's wait and see if we get more revenue coming in than this board and the Board of Education has proved. We're willing to give you guys the money you deserve. Teachers deserve every penny they get. But under the current financial situation we find us in, I hope they would understand if you guys say, let's just go with the 3%. That being said, I want to brag on a couple things. Cleveland community, they helped themselves in that flood damage. They had a work day. Volunteers came. John Kennedy, fine Democrat, would be a Republican today. His nephew proves that, I believe. But anyway, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. J.J. Eaton, they came about this press box. Instead of coming and asking you guys for money, instead of going to the school board and asking for money, he went to the connections that he made. We all got connections. Ask for help, ask for volunteers, ask for community support. I think that's the best way to approach some of the issues we have. I appreciate the job you guys do. I appreciate what Will said. Nothing will be done in this county. Facebook is it's a degradation on society, I believe it is. It gives people the easy opportunity to make fun of you, call you names, all kinds of stuff that is just not good for our social justice, I believe. God bless all of you tonight. I appreciate everybody being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Philip. Hey, Tammy Garrett.
Good evening, everybody. It's been a while since I spoke with all of you. It seems like some of you are like toddlers. Can't leave you alone for a minute without you getting into some kind of trouble. So I came out tonight to rant and rave a little bit. I take my cues from my friends, Brandy Hurley and Jennifer Chumley. That's Chumley with the B, Steve. Well, Carbotura is an AI scam. Has anyone looked at the disclaimer page on their AI-generated website? It's called Regulations D 506C, Mandated Legend, and it includes a cautionary statement and a securities disclaimer about the company. It might be a good idea to run that by the county attorney. Alan Witters, the CEO of Carbotura, says he has the work experience of 3 master's degrees, an MBA, computer science, and mechanical engineering. I bet he has one in underwater basket weaving too. These credentials would not be accepted on any resume by any employer looking to hire a qualified person. David Klippel, the vice president, has certifications in basic keelboat sailing, basic coastal cruising, and bareboat chartering. This AI company, Gravitas Infinitum, was founded in 2017, not 2023, Steve, and almost 8 years later has no operating facilities anywhere in the world. Does Russell County want to or have the funds to be the microwave trash guinea pig of the rest of the world? According to their AI website, it would take 400 tons of trash a day to operate this conceptual facility. That means, according to you, Steve, we would have to accept trash from all the surrounding counties in Southwest Virginia. So then what would we have? Yes, you're right, a landfill. Steve, you said you had been researching this company. Can you tell us real quick what WTCM is? Can you tell us? Okay. Anyway, it's waste to circular manufacturing. Could you explain the process of exogenesis, pregenesis, and regenesis to your constituents? It would be better for you all to look at San Francisco as a waste management model. 80% of their trash right now is being diverted from landfills, and they are not microwaving it. I have 4 suggestions for this board. Number 1, Russell County Republican Party said on their Facebook page on January 2nd, 2024, that the new board would be saving taxpayers money, and it has an air of transparency compared to the old board. Is that still true? Maybe with some members. Number 2, secrecy among board members should end when one member goes talking to other counties or to people in Richmond about potential projects. At that point, all Board of Supervisors members should be aware of those potential projects. Number 3, all members need to work together to address our crises that are coming due to Trump budget cuts.
Okay, Tammy, just a few.
Okay.
In all respect, go ahead.
Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am.
After I sat here for 2
I know,
hours
go
on
ahead,
salmon
I
or
know.
trout or whatever. Since Trump's inauguration, we have lost over $1 million locally. $188,000 for a brush truck for Lebanon, $432,000 for a fire department, and $513,000 for feeding Southwest Virginia. We also lost $500,000 in an EPA grant, which would have helped Dank and some other Southwest Virginia towns. You all should be preparing for more to come. And finally, number 4, my last suggestion to this board is that Steve Breeding resign from this board. We need more members who listen to their constituents, work with other board members, and focus on improving our community for everyone. Not someone who goes against people and says white when other people are saying black. If you cannot do that, then you should resign. Thank you.
Okay, Jennifer Chumley.
Good evening. I don't think I can follow that. All right, I come to you not with a list of demands tonight, but with the truth that many in Russell County are feeling, and I think most of you probably know that. It's the continued divide between this board and the people you serve. Transparency isn't optional. In government, it's a duty. And yet, meeting after meeting, we are here, and then we have to find out through FOIA requests about negotiations happening behind closed doors with many questions going unanswered. I understand the need for some secrecy in specific industries, but I just don't think trash is going to be one of those. This kind of behavior doesn't inspire confidence, it erodes trust. Now, I've heard I'm living rent-free in some of y'all's heads, and I just like to say I appreciate that hospitality. But while some of you stay focused on me, others of us are focused on the bigger picture, a county government that works for all of us, not just a chosen few. I didn't mean to come off as nice. I'm not trying to be nice. I'm trying to be stern and concerning about what happens in our county. Russell County deserves leadership that listens. The citizens are watching, and whether y'all like it or not, we're not going anywhere. Tonight, I want to challenge you. Maybe instead of being so persistent on the continued remarks about who's Republican, Democrat, all that, let's join forces as a board and work for the people. Thank you.
Okay, Oris Christian. Is he gone? Okay. Artie Sneak?
He left too.
Artie left with Oris? Okay. Charles King Jr.?
I talked to him as I went out the door.
I don't know what I was going to say before I heard all this here. I wrote down there, I'm concerned about the future. And after hearing all this tonight, I'm still concerned about it. I'm the one that brought the fish farm to people's attention. I'm glad I did it because I could get no answers. I think it was a good step tonight to get something, some kind of information out of people. I hope it works out. I hope it brings 200 jobs. I hope it becomes more than what it is, because if any of y'all been in there and walked around, I have. And that and the current state of the college together, it's pretty ugly over there. And if anybody's checked it out, it's not hard to see. That's my concerns for what I did. And I hope this works out, because if it doesn't, somebody's going to end up wearing an albatross around their neck, can't they?
Thank you, Charles. Wanda Burke.
Evening.
Good evening, Wanda.
Hey guys, I don't know if, I'm just coming to you from an email that I had gotten from Senator Pillion's office to kind of follow through. I didn't know if he had gotten up with you or not, but he had told me he was going to get with the county about the Mark Merrow event. He was going to ask you all about it's $14,000 to bring Mark into Russell County for September 24th and 25th. And I was just coming to ask if we can get that taken care of. I think you have his 501c information.
Yes.
Okay. And if you don't,
I
can
just
get
need an updated letter from you.
I will get it to
Yes,
you. Yep.
That's all I need.
Yep. Okay. I will take care of that. And I just want y'all to know we appreciate that. I think, again, we look forward to him coming, and I just hope that he has the impact that he has had every time that he's come here, and I think he will. Again, on the 25th of September, if y'all have never come to hear Mark Merrow speak at the schools, or, well, we do the community night, it will be the 25th at the, we'll probably do it again at the middle school just because he's already set up there. He comes in and speaks at all the high schools and the middle schools, and I think he has made a huge impact on kids in this area regarding not only drug addiction, but just everything. I mean, I just think he really speaks to our kids, and he's made a huge impact. So thank y'all, and we appreciate it, and I'll
Wanda,
get you what
if
you
you could
need.
get that later, and if you could put that on Friday agenda.
Okay.
Okay?
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the last one on my list is Jimmy Little.
My question goes to you, Lonzo, you, Steve. When you all suspended the fire department or told them not to run any calls, did you all take in consideration of how much of an increase in the fire apparatuses and how much you costed the taxpayers on their fire insurance raise?
I know this is not a question answer, but what we'll do, Jimmy, is take your legitimate questions and we'll get you an answer to those. Okay? Go ahead.
Just a question. My mother-in-law, her fire insurance went up. Some people lost their houses in Dank because of a time limit for the other fire departments to show up. Everybody's houses in Dank, their fire insurance went up. Can the county compensate those people who lost their houses because of that? Instead of spending this $400,000, take that $400,000, put it toward new homes for them. I'm just asking a question.
Well, I know that's what we're here for. We want you to ask, and then we'll have to. It's not a question answer. We can't answer these, but we will follow up with you on those concerns.
Can we get an answer by Friday for the Friday meeting?
Well, we can do that.
That's
if
another
you come,
thing. These
come to
meetings that y'all are having like during the day should be moved over to the evening time where everybody can come and still like 4 o'clock, because there's people still at work. Yeah, we're moving to Saturday. Back to Saturday should be.
Saturday meetings, I like it.
I'm just saying that is an option, you know.
It's at 6 o'clock, sir, Friday.
Friday at 6 o'clock.
Okay,
Normally it's not at 4.
okay,
All right, thank you.
all right.
That was just a budget workshop.
And now we got board discussion and reminders. I'll start out. Mr. Hensley.
I think I've yacked enough tonight. I appreciate everybody coming out, and be sure to come out Friday, where we work on the budget a little more. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Miss Di.
He sounds tired.
I appreciate everybody coming out too. I did have a question for Mr. Kilgore. How hard would it be, I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. How hard would it be to amend our solid waste ordinance to prohibit any private landfills or any kind of trash? Because our people have made it really clear, we don't want it.
I mean, you just have to, you'd have to hold a hearing and everything, but, you'd also have to, you have to have a hearing, you'd have to have a vote, but then also, there's a possibility they could legally challenge that too, whatever private landfill, if they own their property, they could say that you took their property without just compensation, so I mean, that's just.
Right, but if they did legally challenge it, if they did legally challenge it, I guess it would kind of slow the process down. My main concern is to make sure that the public is aware of what's coming, if something like that is coming. So if you had an ordinance in place, then obviously they would have to come and people would have to know. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah.
That's awful.
Okay, I'll start down at the end. Nate?
To Mr. Rain's question about the Sunday sales of alcohol or liquor, if we can get Mr. Kilgore to get clarification on that and send a letter out to seems like one affected business.
We approved it, right?
Well, it's, the law, the ordinance does not specify liquor. It only specifies beer and wine on Sunday.
I would say they just contact ABC. I think ABC would be the one that would determine that. I think ABC would be the one that would interpret that.
Yeah.
And I think it would be fine. I think ABC would be fine.
See, they're the regulatory agency that's over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we could give some, but it would not supersede them.
There you go. I guess that's all. Appreciate everybody coming out tonight, putting up with this long meeting. Hopefully we can get some answers for some of you guys. They're still needing some questions answered.
He's talking about moving all the stuff from the Dank Fire Department down to the DSA office.
So, yeah.
Are those fire trucks going to fit in there? I don't think so.
We're gonna
There's no heat in that building the last time.
we're gonna check it out, and I've got Mr. Lester working on making sure we get the logistics worked out. And this needs to be a priority. I'm staying on it until it gets done.
Miss Di? Or you?
Yes, sir. I'm good. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Hang on a minute, Jimmy. Miss Di?
No, sorry, that's not half of that. Everybody's ready for me to go home.
Thank you, Miss Di.
Thank you.
Mr. Brady? Okay. I just want to thank everybody for coming out, speaking from your heart. And we need to, do we adjourn to reconvene on Friday? We need to have a motion to adjourn to reconvene on Friday at 6. You got a motion? Do I? Second? All in favor? Any opposed?